I'll call the Lewiston City Council regular meeting to order, November 25th, 2024, at the time and place as advertised. If you'd please stand and join us in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us here tonight. I'm getting a little bit of a feedback. Can you hear me okay? No? Can't hear me at all. Well, I feel like I'm talking pretty loud. No? Can't hear me? Not quite? All right, well, I will do my best to lift my voice. Our next order of business is citizen comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the council on agenda items or other items they wish to bring to the attention of the council. Citizens are encouraged to discuss operational issues in advance with the mayor. In consideration of others wishing to speak, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Also, the Lewiston City Council pledges to practice and promote civility within the governing body, advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of the city of Lewiston. How this will work tonight is we have a microphone in the middle of the floor. If you'd like to offer your comments tonight, please just introduce yourself and your city of residence. We don't need your physical address. And then you'll have 3 minutes to give comments. The council will not respond to your comments. We're just hearing from you tonight. At the end of the meeting tonight, councilors will have an opportunity to provide comments should they choose to do so. Also, if you're here to make comments on the public hearing, you must wait until the public hearing is opened, and that will be in a few orders of business. So with that, I would like to open the floor up for any citizen comments that we have. Again, your name and your place of residence. You have to, like I'm trying to do here, you have to get up on that microphone and you have to kind of just belt into it so that we can hear you, the rest of the room can hear, and then we may have some folks online. It doesn't appear to be. I don't see it, do we? Or maybe else? No? Okay. But we may have folks at home that want to hear what you have to say. So with that, I would open the floor up.
My name is Linda Glines. I live here in Lewiston. I have public comment on the CUP 24-3 today.
Excuse me, Mayor. Excuse me, Mayor. Jennifer Tinganos, Lewiston City Attorney. I did want to highlight that pursuant to Lewiston City Code 2, Section 2-26, sub M, sub 6, statements during public comments shall not be used to provide additional testimony for or information on any matter after the official record of such matter has been closed and cannot be used as a means to introduce any information in quasi-judicial land use matters. The CUP application that she is talking about is a quasi-judicial land use matter that is pending before the city council at this time. So the city should not accept any public comment or testimony concerning that particular matter.
So Linda, I know you're here for that and it's very important to you. I'm just going to have to ask our city attorney to help me make sure we keep it in bounds so that we don't compromise any future
I don't
action.
intend to address anything that's been done via planning and zoning because we've learned, it wasn't the way to go. It wasn't within their jurisdiction. So I don't intend to make any argument about anything with planning and zoning, period. But I needed to bring up the attention of why I'm here. And a number of us are here.
As long as her comments are not related to the application for appeal pending before that or any procedures related to that, regardless of whether it's before city council or planning and zoning, the application as a whole is off limits for public comment.
Okay. So what I'm here to ask is through this whole process, you've got citizens who have concerns. They want to voice their concerns. And nowhere in this process have these concerns with what might be happening in our neighborhood been allowed to be actually addressed. So we're here tonight to ask if we can get some type of time set aside, public hearing time or something, where we can voice what our concerns are, because this is our neighborhood. We are residents in our neighborhood. And we do have the concerns, and we feel we have the right for somebody to listen to us. Now, there's a lot of people standing, so I'm not going to ask, but everybody that's here that wants a chance to be heard, I would like for you to raise your hand. There's a lot of people here that want the chance to say something, to tell you why they're worried, why they're concerned. And through this whole process, there is nothing that allows us to do that. So something's not right if the citizens cannot, during this process, voice their concern. And that's all we're asking, is that we please be given the opportunity with a separate hearing to voice our concerns. We understand planning and zoning did what they were supposed to do. We do understand that. But again, we just want the opportunity to be heard, and we have not been given that opportunity.
Thank you, Linda. Also, if you see me looking down or messing around up here, I keep the clock up here. So that's what I'm trying to do, is keep everything in order, but I am listening to what you have to say, so. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, sure. Well, good evening, Mayor Dan Johnson and ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. I'm Mike Bann, my wife Tricia, and I live on 23rd Street off of East Main. We live within the footage of this project that's being established on East Main.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'd have to remind the public again that matters specific to CUP 24-3 are not to be used, are not to have public comments about during this time period.
So Mike, if maybe you could just talk in more generic terms. I know this is difficult, but we want to make
Sure.
sure that we ensure that the process has integrity, so that when we may have to consider it, we don't, again, compromise that.
Okay, well, I'm not an attorney and I'm not a politician, so I probably maybe have some wrong wording in this. So if she feels corrected, I don't have a problem with that.
Jennifer will help us. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. So I'm in here, excuse me, I'm here to speak on behalf of our neighbors that are not capable to be here because of work or health issues. So I would like to take this time for the council to be aware of the project, pardon me, that were addressed out there on our corner street. Because we're concerned about being on our property taxes, our resale value of
Excuse me,
our
Mayor.
homes, the safety of our,
Hold on, Mike.
These are matters that are specific about the CUP application and that have been already raised within the CUP application rebuttal, the request for reconsideration, and the appeal application itself.
okay, well, and I'm just concerned, all us neighbors are all concerned about. And then also I would like to address too, that we would like to have a chance to have discussion over this issue and have an opportunity to do so. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you for being here, Mike.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Carl Walker, I live in Lewiston. I have several things that I'd like to talk about. Number one is common sense. I don't hear a lot of that these days when I'm setting a Lewiston Council meeting. I know you guys have a tough job, and probably I wouldn't want your job, but several things just don't seem to make sense. Number one, throw all our money at the airport, but we have trouble paying our firefighters. If my house was burning down, I would rather have a fire truck out front than trying to be getting an airline ticket. Common sense. Another thing is beautifying downtown. That was in the planning and budgeting and all that other things. Okay? How many years have we thrown money downtown that hasn't benefited hardly anything at all? We're planning on doing some more of it. Priorities. How many people live down there? How many people even actually go down there? A lot. Not that many. Another thing too is when we're talking about our money and our places where the money goes, what about those poor people when the reservoir burst that still haven't got any kind of consolation, any kind of money, any kind of anything from the city? Priorities. So people, the thing is I want my grandchildren to stay in this valley. I want them to raise their kids here just like me. With the city going the way they are with our taxation and with the way that things are pursued, they're not going to be able to. You're taxing the middle income people, the elderly, right out of their homes. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. And all these meetings I've been to, more and more people are standing up here and saying the same thing. What about your money revenues? What are you doing with them? And you do have them. You're not on a strict, tight budget. You do have money. What are you doing with it? So I deplore you, and I beg you, and I ask you, and I've done this before, please help the people of Lewiston. You have families. You have kids. Do you want them to stay here? Do you want them to be able to buy a home? Do you want them to be able to drive on good roads and things like that? Excuse me. Do something about it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you,
Russell.
Mr. Walker.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Charlie Ockwell, and I'm from Lewiston. I am the wife of engineer paramedic Kirby Ockwell. I am also the sister-in-law to John and Andy Ockwell and the granddaughter of retiree George Brown. I also have many cousins and uncles who have worked for LFD or surrounding areas, so it is safe to say Lewiston Fire Department and Fire Service is something that has not only been a part of my life since I was born, but is something that I have the utmost respect for. My family and I attended the city council meeting last Monday where Airport Board requested another $500,000 to fund the fourth quarter payment for United Airlines. And as we found out, this is going to be a continuing issue, and we don't know how much more money the taxpayers are going to have to pay. This is especially hard to listen to considering our local fire guys are asking for the full funding of the medical expense reimbursement plan, which equates to $75 per member or $45,000. Although they are significantly underpaid compared to other agencies nearby, they understand the city also has a budget. They want to make sure they are being taken care of after retirement and that they can offer a competitive benefit to recruit and retain guys. They have been in a staffing crisis for the last few years, and it doesn't look like there's an end in sight. Many of these guys are working mandatory overtime every work set, sometimes twice a set. That means many are being forced to work 72 hours at a time. With the increased call volume, they may only get a couple hours of sleep each day. There are many factors that go into the reasoning why MERP benefit is important. The trauma they see on the daily and PTSD that comes with it. The physical strain on their bodies. Most importantly, the chemicals they inhale and are around every day that are the leading cause of cancer and early retirement. If you didn't know this, I encourage you to have a cup of coffee with retiree Dave Chenault, and he can share his experience with you. As a wife of a fireman, I will continue to support my husband in his career. Anyone who knows us knows that we love our community and love serving it. But enough is enough. It is disheartening to see our mayor and city council members putting our first responders on the back burner. They have brought in over $3 million in revenue the last year to our city. I would strongly suggest that we take care of those who not only take care of us, but also bring in enough revenue to fund these outrageous projects that are costing taxpayers millions of dollars. While we are on the subject of what is morally right, I'd like you all to look up out at the audience. Look at the faces of these firefighters, their wives, and their sweet, innocent faces of their children. While you guys will be home on your paid holiday this Christmas, enjoying dinner and gifts with your family, many of these guys will be working or being forced to work because of the staffing shortages. Many of these children will be excited for their dad to come home Christmas morning, but will be told it will be another 2 days before they can see them. Many families will not be able to afford to leave town for the holidays or will not be able to afford some of the traditions that they're used to doing because money will be tight. So while you guys enjoy your paid holiday off, please remember these sweet little faces. Local 1773 has followed through with negotiating on in good faith. Have you?
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Squires. I live in Lewiston. I would like to say that taxation without representation is theft. I feel that when I went to a planning and zoning meeting, I went to a few of them, a lot of the concerns I expressed were just not heard or shut down at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joe Thon, and I'm a citizen of Lewiston, also a registered nurse at St. Joseph's Regional Medical Center. I want to give a shout out to all these firemen right out here right now. Start off by reading you this letter here. It says, "Good evening, members of the Lewiston City Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I stand here to address an issue of immense importance, not just for a specific group of people, but for the entire community. The funding of the medical expense retirement plan for our firefighters. Lewiston's firefighters are not just employees of our city. They are our protectors, our first responders, and often our last line of defense in times of crisis. When others run away from dangers, they run toward it. Their service comes with undeniable sacrifices, physical risks, emotional tolls, and in many cases, long-term health consequences. It's no secret that firefighting is one of the most physically and mentally demanding professions. Studies show that firefighters are at higher risk of developing chronic illnesses such as heart disease, cancer, and post-traumatic stress disorder due to the hazardous nature of their work. These risks do not end the day they retire. For many, retirement marks the beginning of medical challenges directly linked to their years of service to our community. Providing a medical expense retirement plan is not just a gesture of gratitude, it's a moral obligation. This is not an exorbitant or excessive request. The proposed plan amounts to just $75 per member per month, roughly $45,000 a year. This expense is part of the $17.3 million budget fund that our firefighters currently operate within and represents only 0.26% of that fund. It is also a part of the $115 million overall budget that the city of Lewiston operates under and represents just 0.04% of that fund. Furthermore, this is not a new expense for the city. It is a current expense that has already been a part of Lewiston's budget in prior years, reflecting the city's ongoing commitment to its firefighters. This small but vital investment will make a monumental difference in their lives, allowing those who have given so much of themselves in service to Lewiston to live their post-service years with dignity and without the crippling fear of unmanageable medical expenses. Some may argue that budgets are tight and tough decisions need to be made, but I urge you to consider this. What message does it send to those who willingly place their lives on the line for us if we fail to stand by them in their time of need? Prioritizing funding for this medical plan is not just investment in our firefighters, it's an investment in the values of fairness, loyalty, and respect that define our city. Moreover, providing adequate support for our firefighters has rippling effects. It helps recruit and retain the best individuals for this critical profession, ensuring that our city continues to have a strong, capable fire service. It demonstrates the future of generations that the Lewiston values and protects those that protect us. I urge you to implement the fact-finding arbitration decision that was to fully fund this modest but essential medical expense retirement plan. Let this council send a clear, resounding message. Lewiston stands with its heroes, not just while they serve, but long after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Jamie Litchfield. I live in Lewiston, and I work at Gateway Materials. We have two locations in Lewiston, one at 343 Thane Road and the other at 3229 10th Street. I'm here tonight to express my concern for the traffic proposal at the intersection of 10th Thane and Warner Ave. I submitted a letter to each council member prior to tonight, and I appreciate those that acknowledged receiving that, and I hope the rest of you were able to read it. First off, in case some of you are not familiar with Gateway, I would like to tell you a little bit about us. We sell steel, aluminum, stainless steel. We do some metal processing, manufacture boat trailers, and a trailer dealership. We're a small, locally owned business that has been proudly supporting this community for over 50 years. We have expanded our business here. We've supported many local charities, local activities, sports teams, and the list goes on. We care for this community and we care for our employees. The traffic median proposal at the 10th Street, Thane Road, Warner Ave location will impact our small business in a negative way. It will prevent acceptable access to our 10th Street location off of Thane Road. By not allowing that left-hand turn, this will make it difficult for our customers, our employees, and our vendors to get to our location. We believe this will decrease our sales of products and will decrease our property value. I understand that something needs to be done with the increased traffic flow that the new high school has brought to the area. However, this proposal is not the fix. It will potentially make for less access onto Gun Club, which is a route many people take for various reasons. Gun Club helps with taking some traffic flow off of Thane Road, which everyone that has tried pulling out on Thane appreciates. Gun Club is also an outlet to utilize Nez Perce Drive, which was a huge, costly investment to our community. If traffic is forced to turn right only off Thane, there is a risk that people will flood residential streets or use business parking lots to turn around to get going in the other direction. I think it's important to remember in this decision-making process that there is a large percentage of people that utilize this intersection other than students and teachers going to and from the high school. People use it to get to and from work, and businesses rely on it to access their location for their customers. Please consider the negative impact this median has on traffic flow, as well as businesses like ours. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
My name is Mobley Longatti, and I live in Clarkston. I work for OUI in the children's program. When I'm not at OUI, I'm volunteering at a Stoughton County Fire Department, which means that I work alongside these incredible men and women of Lewiston Fire Department. Over the last year, I've gotten the honor of calling most of them my family. With my family, I have faced death, I have fought death, and I've experienced traumas that no person was designed to face. I have watched this tear them apart. Hannah, at our OUI staff meeting, you brought up the importance of health insurance and how it's important to take care of ourselves, look after ourselves, so that we can show up and serve our community every day. I completely agree with you. And as somebody who works both in the first response and with our children at OUI, I implore you to keep that same energy up for our firefighters. On average, firefighters have to retire about 10 years earlier, so 55, when everyone else retires at 65. I've personally gotten hurt in the line of duty. I've watched my family get hurt in the line of duty. And I've watched people have to end their careers early. And they're stuck with nothing. So please, I implore you, give them what they're asking for. It's not that much. And you want us to show up every day and night, to protect our communities. We do. But we get hurt. We face PTSD. We face injury. So please, please give us what we're asking for. It's really not that much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Boston. I recently purchased 2 houses on 22nd Street that I've been cleaning up and remodeling, and I have concerns regarding this project.
Excuse me, Mayor. This comment is also related to CUP 24-3. So if the comments can stay unrelated to that, then continue. Otherwise, the comments will relate to matters already addressed in the applications before you.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
I just feel that it's only fair for us to have a voice and be able to state our opinions before any official decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie Miller, Lewiston. I'm here to talk about the fire department situation. I want to acknowledge that I do not know both sides of the story in this situation. I know the job of city council is difficult and that city staff works hard to support all city functions. And I haven't been in your shoes for 3 years, and I never intended to be here expressing my thoughts with you tonight. I think this is one of those times that I just can't sit quietly and hope for the best. I have both an emotional and business relationship with the function of our city fire department. I come from an educated place of observance, as I have been honored to make decisions affecting our firefighters and paramedics while I served the city for 6 years. I'm here to share my encouragement and support of the city council and mayor in reaching a negotiated agreement as soon as possible. My feelings about the fire department are centered around 2 events in my life that have occurred in the last 3 years. The first event occurred in Lewiston. My dad was visiting from Oregon, and he fell down my front steps and broke his neck. As he lay there bleeding, my mom called 911. Station 2 arrived within 4 minutes. My dad made a full recovery, and his life was elongated due to the care he received. He sadly passed away several years later from a sudden heart attack. The care, quick response, and medical professionalism shown by our fire department is a comforting and valued memory of my mom, kids, and I will always have. Not to mention, when I mentioned I was coming here tonight to my daughter Anna, she said, "Oh yeah, remember tree trunks?" Which she was talking about Ryan Humphreys, because that's what my dad would call him because of his arms, he said looked like tree trunks. So we have good memories of that response. Okay, the second event occurred in Portland, Oregon, and reflecting on this event has always made me appreciate our city officials and our fire department. My younger sister left work one day, sat at a city bus stop waiting to go home to her 2 young daughters and husband. She was hit by a drunk driver and killed. Witnesses called 911 and couldn't get through for several minutes. A fire engine headed to another destination was flagged down by witnesses to assist my sister as she died. It had been 20 minutes by the time they reached her. When I compare these 2 events, I can't help but think about the staffing, equipment, and response time of our Lewiston Fire Department. The service and care they provide is one of the best parts of living here as I raise my kids. I am here to share my encouragement and support of the City Council and Mayor in reaching a negotiated agreement as soon as possible.
Thank you, Terry. Welcome.
My name is Jeff Edwardson. I live here in Lewiston. I'm concerned with stormwater drainage that comes from all the way from up by the armory all the way down to the river. That area is, some areas is controlled okay as it comes down, but others use natural draws and whatnot to guide the water to the river. Some of it goes through culverts to make it there. But there's a lot of water that comes all the way from up there that makes it to the river. Natural drainage has to be used in draws and whatnot to subside that water. Stormwater can't, it can only handle so much. An aqueduct that goes to the river from up there goes across East Main going to the river through a piece of property. And if it's compromised, which it has been in the past because culverts were plugged above it and it flooded people's homes, destroyed houses, flooded my property and other people's property, ran mud 2 feet deep across my property because of that storm drainage. I offered even to build a grate for some of the culverts, but they told me that I can't do anything to prevent the culverts from being plugged because it's not on my property, and I offered to pay for it myself to keep it from being plugged, the culverts that keep that water flowing. I had to make a little noise so that the city would even unplug the main culvert because they had to dig the street up and unplug it, cut the top out of it to try and get the water to go properly to the river so it doesn't flood all the people's homes. That aqueduct that goes to the river is right in this thing that the lawyers are talking about East Main and that area. That's the drainage that goes to the river. I mean, how is our property going to be protected if we don't have something there to get the water to the river?
Excuse me, Mayor. At this point, I think that they're trying to cross into the boundaries of CUP 24-3 when they're talking about a specific culvert on a specific property in the neighborhood of East Main. And so those comments should be limited to more general statements about the culverts and not anything specific to that particular neighborhood.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I think us as citizens of Lewiston should have a chance to speak our mind. If there's a lawyer involved or whatever, I mean, as a citizen, I think we should get a little bit of say in how we are perceived in our neighborhoods. I mean, it shouldn't be left to a couple of people and the lawyers and to deal with what we deal with on a daily basis on something that belongs to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Vicki Nostrand, I live in Lewiston. Regarding the firemen and the negotiation for their contract and what's remaining, I think you've all heard the statistics, you've all heard the numbers, you've all heard the reasons why that should be in the fireman's contract. And I have worked with firemen my entire professional life, most recently with St. Joseph's Hospital. And not only is it warranted by the need, as they said, the retirement age is usually 55. You've got a gap of 10 years before Medicare can kick in. That can be a very, very problematic issue for firemen. But for the council's purposes, for those that don't know this, firemen and nurses, they vie for first place in this nation every year as the most trusted profession. And for the optics of the city council to continue to not negotiate that piece, that would not bode well for you with your constituency and with your citizenry. You need to consider what you're saying when you're refusing to consider negotiations for the firemen. They need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. Citizen comments. Anyone? Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Emily Holzer. I live in Lewiston. My concern is with the Thane corridor study. I've kind of watched the Bryden corridor study for 25 years now, and it's been that long since it began, and not much has changed, and I've tried to make myself aware. So I'm worried that the Thane corridor, this seems a little bit different. I own property on Thane, and I have never been sent a letter, never been asked my opinion, didn't know anything about it unless I went to the fair and happened to walk by a booth. I think that you need more input from the landowners that, you know, are paying your salaries that are on that road. I think you need more input before you make a decision on it. Firefighters, please don't ignore them. We need them. You need them. Please do something about it.
Thank you, Emily. Welcome.
My name is Scott Funk. Been a citizen of Lewiston since 1986, which I believe is a lot longer than most of you on the board. For 38 years, the citizens of Lewiston, including my family, have been protected by the Fire Department. I'm here tonight to urge you to ratify the agreement that the Lewiston Fire Department, particularly with respect to fully funding the Medical Expense Retirement Plan, or MERP. The financial impact is minimal. Fully funding MERP represents just 0.03% of the city's total budget and 0.18% of the general fund. This is a small investment that has a huge impact, providing long-term stability for the firefighters who are dedicating their lives to protecting our community. Firefighters face extraordinary risks every day and often retire early due to the physical demands of their work. MERP is not just a financial obligation, it's a moral one. These men and women put their health and safety on the line for us. Ensuring their retirement benefits are secure is the least we can do to honor that service. I ask you to finalize this agreement and send a clear message that Lewiston values its first responders and their sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Welcome.
My name is Bill Kessel. I am requesting a public hearing upon,
Mayor,
no,
this comment is also related to CUP.
it is also related, but I'm not
24-3,
requesting that you sustain your vote
beyond
tonight
the
to
scope of
have a public
public
input.
comments at this
There
time.
is a whole neighborhood that's affected, and they took time out of their busy schedule to be here tonight. Now, we would just request a suspension of the vote tonight for a public hearing at another time.
Thank you, Bill. Is there anyone out back that would like to offer some citizen comments tonight?
Hi,
Welcome.
I'm Angela Howard, and I am here to ask if the council would consider one public hearing, just one public hearing to discuss the housing, the tiny housing on 23rd.
Excuse me, Mayor, this is also related to CUP 24-3.
I'm not going any further than that. I'm just asking
Okay,
for
thank
that
you.
consideration.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm actually from the Clarkston side, but I've been following this a lot. It's in regards to the firefighters. I have kind of a question to ask.
Your name, please?
My name is Jesse Schroyer.
Jesse.
So if the firefighters entered into a deal with a third party, a mediator, in good faith, understanding that whatever was decided, they would have to do, and that mediator came up with something, then why isn't the city held accountable for not following through with that mediator and the request? So that's my biggest question right there. Who's accountable for that?
Thank you, Jesse. I'm just going to go kind of slow here, folks, to see if somebody changes their mind or has something they would like to submit. Sometimes it takes a minute for us to get our thoughts organized, but we'll give you the time that's needed.
Oh, this is for the fire department.
Mike, welcome back.
Okay. My name's Bill Kessel. I live in Lewiston.
Bill, pardon me.
Sorry.
No.
Where I live, say it's close to 21st Street, I hear sirens all the time. They're either headed off to North Lewiston or they're headed up Gun Club. They're just all the time. So if they're asking for a little bit of money for their insurance, I think we ought to give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. I'll get it right the second time. Try to listen, you try to memorize. Okay, one last call for citizen comments tonight. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Farron Nielsen, also a wife of a firefighter. I haven't been to a ton of city council meetings, but I can imagine you guys do have a really hard job deciding where money goes and everything. But I can only imagine that it also helps to hear from people in the city. So whether it's the project that's been talked about or the firefighters, I just think it's important to listen to what people want and what is important to them. And I can imagine that makes your job easier. And as far as this MERP and the equality with other city employees, I would say that police officers are the only ones that are even close to what the firefighters do. And it's just something that makes it makes a huge difference for them in like so many ways. It's a little cost, and like Charlie said, there's a firefighter that we know personally that just retired that is having significant issues, and it would just make a huge difference having this benefit once they've retired. And I also think it's important to hear what the other people are saying for this project. I didn't even know about that before I got here tonight. And so I think that is why it's important to come to the meetings and to know what's going on. That doesn't personally affect me, but I think it's obviously important and affects a lot of people here. And all you can do is listen to what we're saying and hopefully make the best choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Ockwell. I live in Pomeroy, Washington. I'm also an employee of the Lewiston Fire Department and have been for the past 19 years. Been employed full-time since 2011. In all of those 19 years, this has been the first year that I have failed to receive a clothing allowance check as contractually agreed upon between the city and the firefighters of Lewiston. This clothing allowance goes towards helping us purchase required uniform needs so that we can maintain professional demeanor and response readiness day in and day out. In the last several years, our uniform has changed significantly. We now not only need to maintain a professional appearance, but we also purchase personal protective gear in the way of dual compliant pants, meaning that we can wear those pants in place of wildland appropriate protective gear on calls. A clothing item that was previously paid for through the department as it was protective material, now it is paid for as a uniform expense. I've purchased these pants this year, and 2 pairs cost me nearly $500. I bought this so that I could maintain my appearance at work and my response readiness through the season, expecting that come October, I would be able to reimburse my personal budget with my clothing allowance check, which I did not receive. I also have expected in October to receive holiday pay as contractually agreed upon between the city council and the firefighters, as I have since I became employed in 2011. This is money that is agreed upon for holidays worked throughout the year that other city employees not working a shift work schedule would either receive the day off or be able to float that holiday to another day. For many of us, This represents monies that we can put towards Christmas or reimbursing for things like child's needs of braces or sporting events. I also did not receive this year, although 9 out of the 12 agreed upon holidays had already been worked in this contract period. I'd ask the council to consider for a minute those two little things in addition to the MERP. MERP is a stopgap helping us pay for medical expenses between our retirement age and our Medicare age. When we retire, as other folks have already said, many of us will have significant lasting injuries, some of which are physical, some of which are not physical and not visible. In this past work set, I counseled 2 family members on the sudden death of their loved one in the home. One from a self-inflicted wound, the other from sudden cardiac arrest. These are injuries that would be considered on-the-job injuries that I could get money for. But they may not crop up today. They may crop up 3 days from now, 5 days from now, a year from now, or after I retire. At such a point, I cannot come back and claim workers' comp to help with assistance or go through my EAP to heal myself from that. Instead, my family has to watch for warning signs of depression, of suicide. This is where that money for MERP comes in, to help ensure that we get the care that we need so that we can continue providing for our families and for ourselves long after retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, councilors, Mayor. Kirby Ockwell, Lewiston Local 1773. I've been part of the negotiation process years past, multiple times. You can tell this is a little emotionally charged for me. Do I find this ridiculous? Yes. You tell us MERP isn't in the budget. Is the $500,000 the airport's requesting in the budget? No, it's not. It's not even a line item. How do I know? I'm the treasurer for the local. I deal with the finances every day. You guys, as a negotiating team, were in contract when you took the MERP out of the budget that was previously in the budget. Why? If negotiations were not finalized, there was not an agreed upon contract. Why was that removed from the budget? It could have been kept in the budget. It could have been kept, and if it was agreed upon later, put back in the general fund. You do that every day. You're trying to take a benefit that not only serves the community, but us as a whole. Tell me next time you go to a person's house as a paramedic, have to code a 3-year-old, have a divorce from your wife, have to deal with the stopgaps between healthcare and retirement and Medicare age. Fund our MERP payment, please.
Welcome.
Welcome, Soren Lowe, area residences, Genesee, Idaho. All these brothers and sisters standing back here are my comrades. I've worked with Lewiston Fire Department for 27 years. Along those 27 years comes trials and tribulations. The MERP is absolutely essential for us. I asked City Council to highly consider it. Take care of the people that are taking care of all these people in here in times of need. We meet people on their worst day, and we have to make it their best day as best we can. I also have a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Our contract ended October 1. With firefighter Ockwell brought up the fact of a holiday check not being paid for days we've already worked. Can't think that's even legal. Our clothing allowance wasn't given to us. Our contract 60 days is good 60 days past October 1. In my mind, 60 days hasn't ended yet. Why are you not paying our MERP now? Why would you agree to a fiscal year when good and well you know you're actively negotiating with a city entity. To me, it's absolutely disgusting.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Keith Watson, and I've been a resident of this community, this city, since the late 50s and the 60s. In times of need, who else are we going to call? When your house is on fire, don't you call these guys? We don't call a public accountant to come and put out a fire. We call the fire department, and they're there within minutes, as fast as they can get there. Whatever they're asking for, we shouldn't even consider it. You should give it to them. You know how many lives they've saved? You know how many more lives they will save? We're talking about clothes, shoes, respirators. Give them whatever they want. They're the ones that save us. Without them, we wouldn't be here. I applaud every one of you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Keith.
We also would love to say thank you to you for giving us an opportunity to be here today. A lot of these people have something to say. I think, please, give us an opportunity to be heard, to let us be heard. We're a community. We should be a community. We shouldn't be fighting amongst us. After all, it's only Christmas.
Comments, further comments? We want to make sure everybody's had their chance to speak tonight. Okay, with that, then we will close the public comments. I do want to thank everyone for taking time out of your day, your evening to be here. This is very important, and it's what our local government, civic engagement is all about. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your concerns. Next up, Counselor, we'll move to Roman number 4, public hearings related action items. First item is a public hearing, item A, Z&C 24-4, accepting testimony on a zone change application by Chris Clark to rezone the east 45 feet approximately of 132 Thane Road from community commercial C3 to medium density residential R3. We're going to have a presentation by our city planner, Joel Plaskon. I will open the public hearing. Planner Plaskon will do his presentation. We will accept any applicant presentation if they have one here. We will then receive testimony from the public. So if you're here to testify on Z&C 24-4, that would be your time. I'm just announcing it. You can't hear me?
You can tell they're not able to hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Bill, I'm just gonna hold it. Folks can't hear. We're gonna hit the restart on this, Joel. Thank you.
Sure.
Council, next up, we have item 4A, public hearing ZNC 24-4, accepting testimony on a zone change application by Chris Clark to rezone the east 45 feet approximately of 132 Thane Road from community commercial C3 to medium density residential R3. I will open the public hearing. Our city planner, Joel Plascon, will give us a presentation. After that, if the applicant is here and would like to give a presentation, they're welcome to do that. At that time, we'll accept testimony from the public, limited to 3 minutes. Council, you'll have questions to ask. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions of staff and the presenters at that time. Remember that no additional evidence or testimony may be received once the public hearing is closed. So this is the time to ask your questions you might have of the public, applicant, and/or staff. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to rebut if they choose to do that. And then I will close the public hearing. So with that, before I open the public hearing, Councilor Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to ask a request for a recusal pursuant to Idaho Code Section 67-6506. I am required to make a disclosure of any potential conflict of interest I may have related to land use matters, which any member of my family to the second degree may have a financial interest. My brother, Michael Edwards, owns the property at 134 Thames Road, which is next to the subject property in question.
Okay, Councilor, you heard the request by Councilor Schroeder. It wasn't a motion. I think she was just stating her conflict. Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Okay, with that, I will declare the public hearing open at 6:56 and turn it over to City Planner Joel Plascon. Joel, welcome. Please introduce yourself for the record and remember to speak up loudly and clearly so those listening at home and those in the audience can hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Joel Plascon, Lewiston City Planner. This is a rezone application by Chris Clark for property on Thane Road. The address is 132 Thane Road. The application is to rezone the subject property, portion of the subject property, the easterly 43 feet of it, from community commercial C3 to medium density residential R3. The reason for the application is the applicant desires to convert the easterly part of the existing office building on the subject property into apartments. The existing community commercial zone does not allow that. The subject property does adjoin R3 zone property to the south and to the west. Jenny, would you mind putting a copy of that GIS print up on the screen, please? And this rezone application would extend that R3 zoning from the south up onto the easterly part of the applicant's property. This is kind of an unusual application because the remainder of the subject property would remain in the C3 zone. So this application would create a split zone of the property. Thank you. Okay, so we've got an aerial photograph on the screen here of the subject property. The colors are representative of the different zoning districts. So the zoning layers turned in north is up on this map. Thane Road is to the right. The subject property is in the middle. And you can see the black boundary on the easterly side of the subject property. That's the property requested to go to the R3 zone. And the remainder of the property to the west would remain in the C3 zone. So it would split zone the property, it would split zone the building. That is not a common circumstance. However, it is not unheard of by any means. The city actually did a proactive rezone of the Bryden Avenue corridor about 18 years ago that created a whole bunch of split zone properties along Bryden Avenue. So those occurrences do exist. Want the council to know, though, that if the property is rezoned, it would not be allowed to be subdivided. The applicant's aware of this, and the reason for that is the part of the property requested for R3 zoning would not meet the minimum lot requirements for the R3 zone. There's an important thing for the council to note about that as well. You would not be creating an illegal lot if you rezone this part of the property, because the rezone itself does not create a subdivision. So the lot itself would remain the same size and configuration. It would just have 2 different zoning districts on it. Something else I wanted to point out to the council, and by the way, the Planning and Zoning Commission conducted a public hearing on this and has recommended that the council approve it. The current parking situation for the subject property, with the entirety of the building being devoted to office uses, the parking, minimum number of parking spaces required for the office building is not complied with currently. The number of parking spaces in that parking lot do not meet the minimum parking requirements. After this building was constructed, the zoning code changed to require an increased number of off-street parking spaces, and this condition on this property does not meet that. If the property is if the easterly part of the property is rezoned to R3 as the applicant asks, that would bring the parking situation for the overall property more in compliance than the current parking requirements. So I wanted to point that out. This property is in the neighborhood commercial designation of the comprehensive plan. One of the required criteria that the council is required to judge these applications against is compliance with the comprehensive plan. So although it's designated as commercial on the comprehensive plan map, the neighborhood commercial designation does list apartments as a supporting use within that designation. I mentioned relevant criteria and standards. So everyone is aware, these applications are judged against 5 different criteria. And I just want to point those out. The first criteria that the application is judged against is whether or not the proposed rezone would be in general conformance with the comprehensive plan. There is a comprehensive plan section within the staff report that lists the relevant provisions of the comprehensive plan, if you've had a chance to look at that. The second required criteria is whether or not the subject land is at least as well suited or better suited for the proposed zoning than the existing zoning. The third required criteria is whether or not the proposed rezone does or does not present foreseen mitigable impacts of incompatible uses. The fourth is whether or not the effects of the proposed rezone would be anticipated to place an undue burden on the delivery of public services such as water, sewer, police, fire, that kind of thing. And then the last criteria required is that the size, you have to find that the size, type, and intensity and density of development expected to occur on the subject property as a result of the rezone is suitable for the area and will not unduly burden the neighborhood. So that is a short summary of this rezone application, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Joel. Councilors, any questions at this time? Councilor Speckelmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor. So Joel, on this, that just shows a small portion of Thane. Are there any other areas along the Thane corridor there that have the R3 that touches Thane itself?
I don't believe so.
Councilors, further comments or questions? Not at this time, okay. Joel, is the applicant here tonight?
Yes, sir.
Does the applicant have a presentation for us?
So, Chris Clark, the applicant. I don't have a presentation. I'm here to answer questions if you guys have any, as well as thank Joel and his staff for the work that went into this. We did a pretty extensive process with the Planning Commission. I appreciate the effort that went into that, and I'll be here to answer any questions if you guys have any of me directly.
Thank you. Could I apologize, I don't hear well up here. It's the room. Your first and last name again?
Chris Clark.
Chris, thank you, Chris. Okay. Council, any questions for Chris, the applicant? Well, thank you, Chris and Joel. We'll see if there's any testimony from the public tonight on this application. Sir, please introduce yourself for the record. The floor is yours.
Honorable Mayor and Council, there, I am Michael Edwards. I was here in 1943 and still here. I own the adjoining property there. It's pretty stressful for me. I've been through a lot of stress from that building when it was first built. It was illegal to begin with. You notice in the picture there, there's about 8 foot on the backside of that building for the residents there. Just a statement there. So the real deal is here, my property on the right-hand side in the picture there, and my business. If that becomes a residence, I will be controlled by that. I won't be able to use my property at all. In any remodel, I have plans for down the road there to take my building and relocate it, put it next to the commercial building that's there right now, and that's all legal. I need to utilize my property and the parking in every way possible for that property, which is highly taxed, $541,000 an acre price, broke down to square footage. So if this happens here, it's going to destroy me, my retirement, and the future for the property. All that emulgated together there. Sure, the building's there right now, but I will be limited in anything I can do with it. So if it was commercial property, as it is right now, that does not do that. So I pay the penalty in my retirement. I'm only in my 80s. That if that goes residential, that will control my property. There's many more things to talk about. That's the big story, though. More fire damage or options there, possibly. But the real story is it will destroy my ability to manage my property to accommodate their desire to make that into residential. So why do I have to sacrifice to appease that? Is that the way politics works? I've lost a lot of money in trying to defend my property, which when that building was built, the city and P&Z allowed it to be built using my property on the same road that I pay for to access that property. I dropped $14,000 out of my pocket, and I hardly had any money at all then, to protect myself there. That's an ongoing story from the beginning there. And I'm really sick and tired of it. I don't sleep anymore. I don't want to croak over this stuff, but you know, if I do, there's already a lawsuit lined out in case that happens. I don't want to talk that stuff, but it's that serious. This isn't just some, well, I don't like something. No, it's not that at all. A very giving person, very understanding person. I run business, I manage people in my life. This is wrong, where I get punished to accommodate their desire to make that residential and jump all those hoops.
Thank you, Mike. That's your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments?
Hi, I'm Bill Kessel. I believe the property north of there is Sinclair Station. Can't see it on the map here, but I believe it's Sinclair. That street between this property and that property is a one-way street going west. I'm not sure about that north-south route there, if it's one-way as well. That's my main concern about this access to this property right there, is because it's on a one-way street, which may put more traffic into Sinclair to get back on Thane instead of going down around the block or across the block. I've been on that road a couple times, got confused. So that's my concern with this. Other than that, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you, Bill. Is there further citizen comments? Counselors, any questions? I know Mike has left the room.
Mayor?
Counselor Schroeder, or Counselor Forsman, pardon me.
Okay. Joel, maybe a question for Joel, I don't know. About, is that going to, the code change, is that going to infringe on his property as stated?
The answer to the question is no, Counselor. The rezone does not encroach onto any adjoining properties. It is solely for the property that the applicant owns. I'd also encourage the council to focus on the fact that this is a rezone application. It is not a development review. And so your priority is to focus on the criteria that I read at the end of my staff report summary. And testimony that you received during this hearing should be judged against what those criteria are to see if they are relevant to what those criteria are.
Counselors, again, this is your opportunity to ask questions of our city planner, Joel Plaskon, or if you would like to hear from the applicant, you may do that if you have questions for him or anyone else that provided comments tonight. If I don't, Council President Clayburgh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joel, if I could get you back up there real quick. So basically what we have is we've got a little diagonal parking lot between what they want to do for multi-family versus a, lack of a better term, beer and tobacco shop is what's going on there. And you're saying that there would be no effect from the existing business on the future allowable use of that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I was talking about relative to the parking is that if the rezone is approved and the apartments are, and that part of the office building is converted to apartments, which again is not really part of this application consideration, but other than the fact that it would bring the property more into compliance with the parking requirements than the current condition. The existing building condition and the interaction between adjacent properties, if any, if you can tie any impacts from that interaction to those criteria that I listed, then that's what you would focus on. If those interactions don't have a nexus with the criteria, then they really shouldn't be considered. The main point of this is that part of the property requested for rezoning appropriate based on the type of use that's allowed in the proposed zone versus the type of use that's allowed in the existing zone. So there is adjacent R3 property to the south. Those are apartments to the south. This would be an extension of that to the applicant's easterly piece of the property.
Mayor?
Councilor Lidke.
Joel, so we're only rezoning the black outline, so we're rezoning half of, part of a building.
Correct.
Is that common practice?
No, as I stated in the beginning of my presentation, it's not the norm. However, it is not highly unusual. Like I said earlier, the city proactively rezoned properties all along the Bryden Avenue corridor, and the result of that action by the city created split zone properties.
Follow up.
Counselor?
And then in your staff report, you did say that it's unclear because this is simply a zone change and not a development approval. So is there concerns in what's outright allowable in residential R3, especially with the discussion of an upcoming Thane Road improvement?
Yeah, so that's addressed at the bottom of page 4 of the staff report, which is page 27 of the overall packet for this agenda item. It says, though the applicant has stated intent to create two apartments, the governing body, in this case, the council, should keep in mind that if the rezone is approved, the applicant and subsequent property owners may establish any use permitted in the proposed R3 zone. However, the size of the subject property, that part of it being requested for rezoning, there's only about 5,400 square feet. And the fact that the existing building and associated parking lot take up that property makes it unlikely that anything different or more intensive than the two intended apartments could be established.
Councilor
So in
Klein?
other words, for example, a large daycare facility could be allowed in the R3 zone, but it wouldn't work on this part of the property being requested for R3 zone because there's not enough parking for it, just as one example.
Councilor Klein?
Joel, I was wondering, so farther down on Thane, there are houses that, like residential houses that people live in that are zone C3. Is there a reason why they can't have residents in zone 3 in this building compared to other housing units that are already zoned C3?
Yeah, so the existing houses along Thane that are in the C3 zone are grandfathered, but the zoning code calls non-conforming uses. They were built at a time when they were allowed prior to the C3 zone having been established and saying that those uses aren't allowed. So they're just grandfathered in. Any new development in the C3 zone does not allow apartments. So that is the reason for the applicant's application to rezone, to extend the R3 zone from the south onto the easterly part of his property so that he can provide housing, which is in demand, in place of the vacant commercial space, which, as the application states, has not been in demand, and that's why the offices are not occupied.
Councilors, if there's no further questions, I would like to give the applicants an opportunity to rebut any testimony that was given tonight, if you would like.
Again, Chris Clark, the gentleman that testified earlier that owns the beer shop next door, there is no access from his property to my property. That line that you see on the very east side, there's a fence there. So there is no, my tenants aren't going to his property and his aren't coming to mine. The ingress and egress from the property, although my property has a Thane Road address, it has no direct access to Thane Road. It has access from these other auxiliary streets here. We're not anticipating any more traffic, any more impact. In fact, I mean, a residential use would be a lot lower impact than a commercial use. The reason I'm requesting the rezone is for a residential use because I've owned the building for several years. There's just not a lot of demand for, office space in Lewiston. So I'd like to convert it to a better, higher use. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Council, this will be the last call for questions or comments that you have on this before I close the public hearing. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing, 7:19. Thank you. Now, so our next item on here is to deliberate, discuss relevant criteria and standards, identify relevant facts, and information, articulate detailed reasons for the proposed decision. Not councilors, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Lidkey,
I would move to direct staff to draft the reason statement approving CUP 24-4.
Second.
it's been moved by Councilor Lidkey, second by Councilor Forsman, to direct staff to draft the reason statement.
Excuse me, Mayor. In drafting that reason statement based on the relevant criteria and standards, there are 5 different standards that must be addressed, including whether or not the proposed rezone is or is not in general conformance with the comprehensive plan, the subject land is or is not at least as well suited or is better suited for the proposed zoning district than the existing zoning. The proposed rezone does or does not present foreseen immitigable impacts of incompatible uses or development being located in the same vicinity. The effects of the proposed rezone are or are not anticipated to place undue burden upon delivery of services provided by any political subdivision within the planning jurisdiction, including school districts, and the size, type, intensity, and density of development expected to occur on the subject property as a result of this rezoning is or is not suitable for the area and will or will not unduly burden the neighborhood, public infrastructure, or environmental resources.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councilors, you heard the relevant criteria and standards for this decision.
I was just
Councilor
gonna,
Lidkey,
yes, I guess I was out of order. I wanted to make the motion and then discuss because I'm assuming the planning, zoning already went through those relative, and I was going to state that I made the motion to approve as I reviewed this, in relation to the comprehensive plan, that it does abut more R3, and that we've hear a lot about vacant buildings and putting it to a use that does not, per staff report, negatively affect direct neighbors. I'm in support of this and do believe we have a reason statement that shows exactly that.
And you, Councilor Lidkey, in support of that, you are welcome to adopt the findings and conclusions of the Planning and Zoning Commission as well.
So would you like me to change my motion? Because this is a different lineup than normal public hearing.
I understand that with current Supreme Court litigation in the Idaho courts, emphasis on the reasoning behind land use decisions and the reason statements is highlighted. So
I'll restate my motion. Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Lidkey,
I'd move to direct staff to draft the reason statement, adopting the same language as identified in the Planning and Zoning Commission's report, and approve CUP 24-4.
Councilor Forsman, Councilor Lidkey has changed her motion. Will you agree to that?
Yes.
Do you understand the motion? Okay. Councilor, is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman?
I too read through the relevant criteria and in-depth looked over this document prior to the meeting. I did want to make sure that we go over again whether it was going to affect anybody in the surrounding buildings, but as it's apparent, it's not. And so that is why I'm agreeing to this and seconding.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Speckelmeyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess for me, I don't feel the city should start, rezoning the city's main, one of our main, commercial corridors and start allowing residential areas along it. I think it just opens the door for, the next person that comes in here, and then we'll be looking back at this one. I believe we should keep it all commercial, the C3. I feel for the tenant, but I guess I don't think we should be rezoning to accommodate financial reasons.
Mayor,
Counselor Brown? Or-
City Clerk Brocky. I just need Counselor Lidkey to clarify her motion, because she said CUP 24-4 and it's actually VNC 24-4.
That's my fault. I'm sorry. That's a typo in the notes.
I didn't catch it. I apologize. I will clarify that it is VNC. Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Lidkey?
You know, I kind of have to agree with Counselor Spiegelmeier. For me, this has been a toss-up. I agree. I feel like a lot of things that come in front of us are not clean and concise based on prior decisions. I think for me, the reason why I made this motion, but I think your statement is making me think again about my original reservations. But we do have a lot of empty commercial buildings, and we're in need of housing. And so I guess having a building be zoned two different things does not appeal to me. And again, I question what's going to happen when we do dig into our Thane Road corridor. So I may vote against my own motion.
Sorry.
Counselor Forsman?
Yeah. I also voted because we do have a lot of commercial buildings and we do have a housing crisis in Lewiston. And the more houses we get, the houses go lower and your property taxes are affected by that. So then you have lower property taxes. So the goal is to get more housing, but it also is odd to have a split zoning on a building. I will admit that I was not fond of that either. Definitely not a fit all, every scenario is perfect kind of situation. Rock and a hard place.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, again, for clarification, this is CNC 24-4. Are there any amendments to the motion? Hearing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Counselor, we next go to item B, first reading ordinance 4932, considering implementing the city council's decision in CNC 24-4. I guess we can skip over that. We will move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We don't often have denials going forth for these type of applications, but under Idaho Code, Title 67, Chapter 65, there is a provision in there that states that you state, if possible, anything that the applicant could do to conform their application so that it could receive approval. Are there any suggestions from the city council concerning that?
Thank you, Jennifer. So council, you heard Jennifer, and so I would like to take this opportunity to allow you to provide any feedback or comments to the applicant on this project. So, council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Lidkey?
I guess for me, I would recommend to the applicant that we work with the city to try to figure out how to clean up some of our zoning codes, because I do think it's time for change in a lot of areas. We need to be able to adjust to our needs. And honestly, city code can always use a little cleaning up to be more clear for you as developers and investors in our community, to make sure you know what you're doing moving forward. As far as my decision, I obviously voted in favor, but I do have some concerns. I don't know necessarily that it's because of your application, but merely because we have a little bit of a mess on Thane. So I do hope you keep pursuing it.
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman?
I don't know if this is feasible or more helpful to, making the whole entire building residential. Maybe that's not feasible due to the plans. Maybe suggest looking into that, though. Kind of where I can't ask you questions, that makes it hard. But I agree with Councilor Licky that to keep pursuing and working with the city so that we can accommodate the mess on Thane, make that better, and as well as accommodate the applicant's request to provide more housing.
Thank you, Councilor. Jennifer, can you give me that citation again, please?
I'll have to look it up, but I know it's there. I'll look it up in the meantime, and once you get down to later in the agenda, when you allow for comments, I'll have that citation ready for you.
Perfect, thank you. I try to learn as I go along. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Joel just pointed it out. It's Idaho Code Section 67-6519, paragraph 5, subparagraph C.
Thank you.
And to clarify, it's, if the application is to deny it and the applicant could not take actions to obtain approval, please explain. Or if they could take actions to obtain approval, such actions might include, and please explain.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the learning opportunity. Okay, councilors, we're going to move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these issues unless the council so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered on the active agenda under items moved from the consent agenda. Councilors.
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman.
I'd like to remove vouchers payable from the consent agenda and put it to the active agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Litchfield.
I'd like to remove letter D, 2025 certificate of compliance, and move to active agenda.
Okay. Councilors, we had a request to move C and D vouchers payable and D 2025 certificate of compliance.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Mensch, we've got it all moved in here. Councilor Lidkey.
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Moved by Councilor Lidkey to approve the consent agenda as amended. Council President Kleberg, second. -2024 of CUP 24-3 Transitional Housing Village at 2207 East Main Street. Considering whether to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Linda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision of CUP 24-3, in which case the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial decision shall be final, or hold a public hearing regarding such appeal after proper notice is provided. This is an action item. Councilor Schroeder.
I'd like to request a recusal I had participated in a public event in which I expressed my opinion related to this particular application during the period in which an application was pending before the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's all I need to say.
Councilor Spickelmeyer, did you hear what she had to say? Councilor, could you maybe pick up that microphone and just bend down, get right down on it like that so that we can hear it over here? This is important. Thank you.
God, I was loud enough. I apologize. I'm requesting a reversal. I had participated in a public event in which I expressed my opinion related to the particular application during the period in which an application was pending before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that's to ensure that the applicant and other affected parties receive a fair and impartial review.
Thank you, Councilor. So she's recusing herself, Councilor, because of some prior activities related to this.
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman?
I just want to make sure I understand this process. Is the our only option to do one or the other, or are we allowed to ask a question?
Jennifer?
Jennifer Tangano, City Attorney, City of Lewiston. At this point, the City Council is being asked whether or not they would like to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Ms. Glines regarding the regarding the Planning and Zoning decision in CUP 24-3, or to reject that jurisdiction. If the City Council were to accept jurisdiction, they would review the appeal application and hold a new public hearing concerning the matters in the appeal application. Or if they decided to reject it, then they would make the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission final and refund the application fee to the applicant.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Lidke?
I have a question for City Attorney Tangano.
Councilor Lidke?
Can you explain to me how this process works when we are cited on the original application as one of the owners?
As far as the owner of the property, when an individual applies for a conditional use permit, they are not always the property owner. However, the property owner has to provide consent to the applicant seeking that conditional use permit. So the City Council was advised that the applicant, Michelle King with the LCV Youth Resource Center, intended to seek a lease with the city. And at that time, it was expressed that the details about that lease are limited because the applicant intended to apply for a conditional use permit, and that the matters relating to the specific details of the lease would be contingent upon the applicant receiving a favorable decision related to the CUP. So the council at that time gave permission to the applicant to proceed with their CUP application and did not discuss any details of any potential lease agreement, nor has there been any discussion with the council or really the city concerning any details of that lease agreement, because no decision has been finalized regarding the CUP application itself.
Thank you.
Councilor Spickelmeyer?
So I guess I'm getting a little confused with all of this, and I think everybody out here is too. But so am I able to just make a motion to hold a public hearing?
You can. However, I would like to point out that the public hearing would be based on the contents of the appeal application, and the applicant has not identified any deficiencies in the Planning and Zoning's decision related to the criteria that the CUP application is based upon, and that failure to do so really hinders the council's ability to make an informed decision on what procedural violations or what deficiency there is in the application. They did have a public hearing on this particular matter in which the neighbors were provided notice. Whether or not those neighbors testified or not, or, the sufficiency of, the weight of any testimony that they provided, that matter was reconsidered at a later hearing, and the Planning and Zoning Commission spent a fair amount of time reviewing the public record, and then they issued their written decision on appeal. Following that written decision on written decision on reconsideration, this appeal was filed for your consideration. As a part of that, they're required by city code to identify the specific provisions that were not in compliance, and they have not yet done that. And the appeal period now has closed.
Councilor Spickelmeyer?
Well, I guess for me, there's the rules, but it's obvious from the emails, phone calls, the attendance that the public hearing didn't go well. There's so many people that have told me that they didn't get a voice. And to me, that's the biggest issue I have with the whole thing.
I mean, at this point, the failure to provide testimony at that public hearing, the city has provided information in the record that shows the process that they go through to send out notices to the property owners, putting the notice in the Lewiston Tribune, and then posting the property itself. Following that, the city is not required to do more than what's in city code and Idaho code as far as public notice. Sometimes people don't find out about an action until after a decision has been made, which appears to be the case here. Following that, the applicant did submit a request for reconsideration. The request for reconsideration, the criteria in city code that they have to base that upon is looser than it is for an appeal. Once they got to the appeal process, though, they are required to identify specific sections of Lewiston City Code or applicable state or federal laws that have been incorrectly applied or violated, and a description of how they've been incorrectly applied or violated, so that the city council can review the application based on those issues. And the applicant has not done that at this point. They're attempting to essentially argue to a redo of this simply because, as they've stated in prior documents, they didn't realize the weight of this particular public hearing and, the importance of providing public comment. If the city were to want to revise city code concerning that, or to do something that would be different than what city code has, that sets a precedent that essentially negates the need to have any standards or criteria for submitting an appeal at this process in the land use matter.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Ledke?
another question for City Attorney Tangano. I remember the meeting quite well when this first came up, and it was actually in regard to a possible lease, where we asked and directed staff to bring forward what that would look like. And so I guess I need to ask a question as to I know that when we surplus a property, we have to go through a certain process, and we were going to research and bring back to the council what that lease would or could look like. Have we found that there is any process to whether or not we have to open that process up to anybody that would be an interested party in that property?
So that would potentially involve additional information that could be used for the record in this particular application. So I have researched it, and I do have additional information. However, that information is outside the confines of the public record for this particular land use action and could potentially influence that. So as much as possible, it would be of the city council's interest to not deal with anything related to the lease until this particular CUP application is completely finalized, because it does involve matters that could affect the council's decision. So at this point, any lease is contingent upon it, and the parties have not negotiated any of those terms or considered any proposed lease details at this time.
Thank you.
Counselor Forsman?
If we did look at, I think if I'm understanding correctly, if we had this go back up to a public hearing, that sets a precedence for other matters like this, where they might argue, why didn't you open it up again for us when you've done it in the past? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. At this point in the quasi-judicial process, the ability to open it up for another public hearing is limited to the matters on appeal. And the applicant has not satisfied Lewiston City Code concerning the matters identified as a part of her appeal that the city council is to reconsider based on a new record. And so it's essentially asking for a redo of the process because they do not feel like they were sufficiently noticed for the public hearing, even though, the notices were provided. Whatever the justification for that is irrelevant at this point because the Planning and Zoning Commission has reconsidered or has looked at that during their reconsideration as far as the sufficiency of the evidence and the weight given to the parties that did testify and whether or not their ability to participate was prejudiced by the institution of a time limit.
Mayor?
Counselor Forsman?
So you mentioned we could look at changing code to address more communication to be more public notice or a different way of communicating these processes, correct?
Yes, but you're still limited by state code as far as what is actually considered upon judicial review and the standards and criteria for which an application is judged. And so our city code is modeled after state code as far as what is actually considered under a judicial review and appeal, because as much as possible, the city council and the Planning and Zoning Commission would want a well-developed record to justify its decision in any land use matter that does go up for judicial review. In the past, with prior appeals, the appeal requests were specifically tailored to the relevant criteria and standard and any problems that the appellant believes the city either violated or didn't properly follow during that process. And you just do not see that in this particular application.
One more question.
Counselor Forsman?
I'm trying to remember, what is the amount of feet from the subject property is the notices required to be sent out?
Under Idaho code, it's 300
Is it
feet.
300?
Under
Okay.
Lewiston City Code, it's 330 feet to the property owners of the affected property. In addition, what the city does is it publishes the notice in the Lewiston Tribune, I believe 2 times? One time, at least 15 days before the hearing, and then it posts the property at least 1 week before the public hearing.
Okay.
And that's all required by both Lewiston City Code and Idaho State Code.
Counselor Spickelmeyer?
Thank you, Mayor. So does the applicant, I'm sorry, we're all drilling, yeah, but is there a timeline to where the applicant could resubmit after they've found all the proper verbiage? I mean, is it past the timeline they could resubmit an appeal, or do they have the time until actually something happens with the property, which I don't think anything's moving forward with it?
So per city code, they have 14 days from the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to apply for a request for reconsideration. And then after that period, the Planning and Zoning Commission has until their next, or within their next 2 scheduled regular meetings to have a hearing on reconsideration concerning that, in which they review the public record based on the request for any deficiencies and to reconsider their decision and restate their reason for or against whatever decision they made. And once they've gone through that process, addressing the request for reconsideration, they issue a written decision on reconsideration. They have 30 days to issue that written decision from their hearing. And then from there, the applicant or an affected party has 14 days to appeal that decision from the date that it was decided by the Planning and Zoning Commission. After the 14 days, then the appeal period is closed and the application is considered final. So if there is no appeal filed or no request for reconsideration filed within those windows, then under Idaho law, then they're barred from continuing to seek reconsideration or appeal of that matter, and they have foreclosed on the option of judicial review. Based on, and it's anyone that is an affected party or the applicant can appeal or request reconsideration of a decision. It's not limited to any particular individuals. Whether or not someone is an affected party is really a question of law. And so the city has taken the position not to challenge that based on whether or not, based on leaving it open to the Planning and Zoning Commission's discretion or the City Council's discretion on whether or not a party is an affected party. And that's more really a decision for the courts to make. And so generally, the city has taken the policy to accept all applications for reconsideration or appeal, regardless of whether or not the city would consider that individual affected if they're other than the applicant.
Mayor,
Counselor Forsman?
the last part you said, the city has been known to go over the.
We take the policy not to address whether or not they're an affected party. That's more of a question
Right,
for if it
okay.
gets to judicial review.
Okay.
But we do accept their application and give it, a fair weight and consideration.
Right, I see. What, follow up, Mayor?
Counselor Forsman?
What does that appeal process look like, and are they given the criterias when filing appeal?
So the criteria is in Lewiston City Code. The criteria, whenever you have a final decision that's rendered by either the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council, is included in that relevant statement of criteria and standards. And it does give notice to the applicant and affected parties the entire appeal process, including the criteria that it must be based upon. And then that it's communicated it's on the updated appeal forms as well. At the time that Ms. Glines applied for her request for reconsideration, we hadn't updated those forms. So even though she applied on the appeal form, we treated it as a request for reconsideration and did not have that limit her request in any way. It also didn't state the updated request for reconsideration criteria, so she was given some leeway as far as whether or not it conformed to those standards or not, and she was given the benefit of the doubt that if it did conform to the standards, this is the things that she is challenging.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Counselor Klein?
there's no other questions. I'd like to make a motion.
Motion's in order.
I move to refuse to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Linda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3, in which case the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision shall be final.
Okay, motion has been made. There's no second. Motion dies for lack of a second. Councilors, you have appeal AP-01-2024 of CUP 24-3 Transitional Housing Village at 2207 East Main Street before you. Councilor Speckelmeyer?
I'd like to make an alternate motion. I'd like to make a motion to hold a public hearing on December 23rd at 6 PM regarding Linda Glines' appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3.
Second it for discussion.
It's been moved by Councilor Speckelmeyer, seconded by Council President Kleberg, to hold a public hearing on December 23rd at 6 PM regarding Linda Glines' appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3. And I would ask you, councilors, to limit your discussion to the motion only.
Can I ask a question of the city attorney?
Councilor Kleberg.
So Jennifer, if we're going to go ahead and approve this motion, the appeal, apparently, Ms. Glines' appeal would have to consist of the specific things we were talking about before that warrant, for lack of a better term, following along with Idaho code.
If I understand,
I mean, that's what that's what the appeal would have to be.
limited to the relevant criteria and standards of the application, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, consideration of any application is limited to the relevant criteria and standards. However, it's unclear what exactly of those standards Ms. Glines is appealing or contesting, or stating that has been improperly applied against this particular property.
Correct, but she would have an opportunity to present those as she sees it.
The public hearing would be for that specific purpose. So as a part of preparing for that, the applicant, the affected party, and city staff would need to know what that criteria is that is under contest.
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman?
if I'm understanding that, that means they can re-evaluate and bring different criteria to the, or do they have to stick with their original criteria they laid out?
The contents of the appeal is limited to what was filed with the city within the 14-day period following the Planning and Zoning Commission's written decision on reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Lidkey?
can you, remind us of the criteria? I believe one is, conformance with the neighborhood, such, that list of things. Could you remind the council of all those things?
Yes, give me just 1 second. So the decision that the Planning and Zoning Commission made is based upon the following criteria. The proposed use will or will not result in conditions that will tend to generate nuisances such as noise, dust, glare, vibrations, and odors, or if so, any anticipated nuisances will be appropriately mitigated. The proposed use is or is not a public necessity and is or is not justified by the applicant and deemed to be of benefit to the public. The character of the proposed use, if developed according to the plan as submitted, will or will not be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. The proposed use will or will not endanger the environment or the public health or safety. The proposed use will or will not be in substantial conformance with the comprehensive plan. And then pursuant to Idaho Code, Section 67-6512, the conditional use permit may be granted subject to the availability of political subdivisions, including school districts, to provide services for the proposed use. That's the relevant standards and criteria that all CUP applications are judged against. And that was considered in this particular application. As a part of the application or the appeal, I would like to note that Ms. Glines does not contest the facility management plan. It's conditions that affect off the property, and that is not within the considerations of this particular relevant standards and criteria.
Follow-up.
Councilor Lidkey?
I'm going back into my memory, and it was prior to your service to the city. We actually had a hearing, and there was discussion about the neighborhood, which would not be the property. So I just want to clarify that we're not denying people the ability to make that argument.
That's correct. We're not denying it. The concerns that have been addressed are not relevant to the proposed use, but the people that would potentially be the subject. And weight was given to those comments, and the Planning and Zoning Commission made their decision and reconsidered their decision related to that specific matter, which is provided in both the Planning and Zoning's relevant criteria, reason statement on relevant criteria and standards, and their written decision on reconsideration, why they made the decisions that they made specific to those two items.
Mayor?
Councilor Forsman?
So in order for them to be relevant, they would have to have either be the property that they're talking about or evidence that it's going to cause nuisance or...
There would have to be testimony provided for and against, and they could submit any evidence that they wish. At this point, there was no evidence beyond testimony that was provided for or against the application related to various aspects. There was comment sought from political subdivisions as is part of the normal process, and those comments are provided in the staff report, which is also a part of the public record. There was also numerous emails that were submitted, and that would be considered evidence. It's testimony, but it's documentary evidence, and that is also included in the public record for consideration.
Council, if there are no further questions, I'll repeat the motion. The motion was to hold a public hearing on December 23rd at 6 p.m. regarding Linda Glines' appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3. And Councilor Schroeder will not be voting. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to ask Clerk Brocky to call the roll. I can't determine.
Council President Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Nay.
Councilor Lidkey,
Nay.
Councilor Klein,
Nay.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Aye.
Okay, the motion to hold a public hearing fails. Councilors, are there any other motions?
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman?
we have to make one or the other motion or an amended motion tonight, correct?
This is an active agenda item, Councilor, so I think the expectation is that we pass a motion on this, yes.
Motion to refuse to accept jurisdiction of the appeal. I'm going to make a motion. Of the appeal filed by Glenda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3, in which the case Planning and Zoning Commission's decision shall be final.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Forsman, second by Councilor Klein, to refuse to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Linda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3, in which case the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision shall be final. Those, in fact, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this. Clerk Rocky?
Council President Kleber,
Nay.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey,
Nay.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Nay.
Motion not pass. So what I'm going to ask for is that we go at ease for 10 minutes, and we'll come back and pick this back up. So council will come back at 8:17. Thank you. On the active agenda, item A, appeal, AP-01-2024 of CUP 24-3, Transitional Housing Village at 2207 East, excuse me, East Main Street. Councilors. You just turn your thing off. No. Council's back in order. We're on the active agenda, Roman numeral 6, appeal AP-01-2024 of CUP 24-3, Transitional Housing Village at 2207 East Main Street. Councilors.
Excuse me, Mayor. To help focus the council's decision, Jennifer Tangano, City Attorney, I wonder if it might be prudent for the City Council to consider whether or not the appellant, Ms. Glines, has met the procedural requirements of an application to be submitted to the City Council pursuant to Lewiston City Code, and base a decision from going from that standpoint. So Lewiston City Code Section 37-185C requires an appellant to identify the sections of Lewiston City Code or applicable state or federal laws that have been incorrectly applied or violated, and a description of how they have been incorrectly applied or violated, and a description of real or potential prejudice to a substantial right of the applicant or affected person, in this case, Ms. Glines. It is the burden of the party contesting the land use action of the Planning and Zoning Commission to first illustrate how the P&Z erred in the manner required under Lewiston City Code 37-185C, and then to establish that a substantial right has been prejudiced as a result of that error. There is no bright line test on determining whether or not a petitioner's substantial rights have been violated. However, they must still show, not merely allege, a real or potential prejudice to his or her substantial rights. Because the party opposing the issuance of a conditional use permit has no substantial right in seeing someone else's application adjudicated correctly, he or she must therefore show something more than just an allegation. In recent cases, the Idaho Supreme Court has held that an affected landowner's substantial rights were harmed when property values are impacted or the conditional use permit will interfere with the use and enjoyment of the affected landowner's property. Here, the appellant, for the most part, argues that the approval of CUP 24-3 and the construction of a transitional housing village as proposed by the applicant will lead to a variety of different negative outcomes, including the failure of the water and sewer systems that service the neighborhood, destruction of city infrastructure, increased crime, and other issues from so-called delinquent youth and the company they allegedly attract. These claims rely on speculation and negative stereotypes that often unfairly are attributed to youth in the foster care system. While it is true that the proposed village will likely bring more young adults to the area, the assumption that this will inevitably lead to crime and disorder is rooted in misconceptions about vulnerable youth in this area. The applicant has made bare allegations concerning negative impacts, and she has failed to specifically identify how the alleged violations to her substantial rights will interfere with her use and the enjoyment of her property at the opposite end of 22nd Street. It is clear from the record that the appellant opposes the transitional housing village but she has not established how approval of CUP 24-3 will actually or potentially prejudice her use and enjoyment of the property. Her bare allegations that the mere existence of the transitional housing village prejudices her substantial rights is not sufficient under Lewiston City Code. Therefore, the City Council should take a moment, look at the criteria and standards in Lewiston City Code Section 37-185C and judge it against the application before you on appeal, which I think I can actually pull up because it is a part of the public record. So as you can see, this right here is the application, the appeal application submitted by Ms. Glines. This is the first page. She does say see attached. Second page for see attached. For grounds for her appeal, it does say, please identify the sections of Lewiston City Code or applicable state or federal law that has been incorrectly applied or violated. Also provide a description of how they have been incorrectly applied or violated. Under prejudice to substantial rights, please describe any real or potential prejudice to your substantial rights resulting from the decision. And on the attached, she identifies her grounds for appeal right here. She does reference a decision from, or comments from Pat Severance, not specifically prepared to address the issues. This particular issue was addressed in the written decision on reconsideration. In explaining this particular statement, I believe she's actually referring to the explanation that's provided on the written decision on appeal. And then her appeal response appears to be her rebuttal or her statement concerning this particular matter. The same thing is done for several other findings, and she has appeal facts, appeal responses, but in these areas, she does not actually identify areas within Lewiston City Code or other state codes that she claims to have been in violation or not properly applied. It goes through the appeal facts, even though it's numbered 1, 2, and then 4, and then 5, there was one there's a number that's missing, but it addresses all the items that were addressed in the written request on reconsideration. And then she talks about prejudice to substantial rights. And this is where she goes on to describe what she believes were her substantial rights that were prejudiced as a result of this decision. But she talks about matters that are generally applicable to the community at large and not specific to her property right as required by Idaho Code and Lewiston City Code. And it goes through all of it. And then she does frame this also as she is appealing on behalf of all of the property owners that are signed on these pages. However, if that were the case, under the signature where it says the information in this appeal is accurate and complies with the requirements and that submission and further actions on approval are stayed in this, the information that she provides in the appeal is not generally applicable to every single person that has signed this particular sheet. There is information in the record concerning who's provided comment related to the people that have signed this, who appeared at the public hearing and then subsequent meetings as well. And so while it's been submitted and this is conditioned as an appeal of the residents of 22nd and 23rd Streets, the city has treated this appeal as being from her because there's nothing to demonstrate that she has authority to file an appeal on behalf of all these individual people. If applied individually against everybody, then there would be numerous statements that don't equally apply to everybody. Not everyone on here is a property owner or is readily identifiable as a property owner. And so there's a variety of numerous considerations of legal import on whether or not she has the authority to appeal on behalf of everybody. And so this has always been treated as an individual appeal from Mrs. Glines.
Can I interrupt? And I read through this multiple times, but I am rereading code as you referenced, section 37, 185, and it's, I do have some language issues, and I guess that's why, and I will apologize to the crowd and the council for dragging this on, but I do feel like it is unclear based on past hearings that were able to bring forth, and the language in letter A under 37-185 under procedure. Letter A, the council may, in its sole discretion and without hearing or notice, either refuse to accept jurisdiction of such appeal in which the case decision of the commission shall be final, and any appeals fees shall be refunded, or it may provide that such appeal shall be heard at a public hearing before the city council at such time and pursuant to such rules as the council may determine. And I guess that's where I'm a little confused where the language takes us, because and I'm just gonna say this, I feel like what we're having right now by rereading the appeal request is a hearing. And I think it should have been as simple as, when we're given the choice, do we want to hear it or not? That's the decision we should have made, not to determine why or when or all those things. So I'm just trying to clarify where our position truly stands. And so if I'm missing something, because I think a lot of this is very much that the applicant for the CUP did not talk to the neighbors. We did our due diligence in the process. I'm not saying that we didn't, but there's some concerns that they feel like they need to hear, and we had council members that feel like they should be heard, and those of us that feel like maybe they didn't follow a process. But now, as I'm reviewing, I am even more unclear as to how we should have proceeded with this particular section.
As far as the requirements under that sub A, the parent paragraph there under 185 sub C 1, where it talks about procedure, it does say the written notice of appeal shall include at a minimum the following, and then it lists that criteria. And then once the appeal has been filed with that information and the fee has been collected, then with that and the report from the commission, which is a transmittal of the full record, the council may, in its sole discretion, like you mentioned, decide whether or not to hear that. There's no discretion as far as this given to the city clerk on determining whether or not the application complies with that. And so part of the city council's discretion is determining whether or not the appeal itself includes all of the required information that at a minimum must be provided. And at this point, it's the position of the city attorney's office that it does not contain all the information that must be included at a minimum for the city council's review.
Councilor Specklemeyer.
I guess not a question for the attorney, but what I see in this, just keep going over is we have an applicant that has asked to be heard to the city council, and because they didn't fill out the form right, they won't be considered.
That is a determination under the quasi-judicial process under Idaho code that the city is required to follow. The Idaho code does provide strict procedures as far as when matters must be filed. The city of Lewiston was subject to a lawsuit in which it was the responding party related to another CUP application, where the deciding factor against the petitioner was that they filed their request one day too late. And so these are strict rules that must be followed. If for some reason, they had filed a correct appeal and it too was one day too late, then you would get the same request from this office. that it was filed procedurally too late. It's outside the time limits that must be had for this particular matter, and to not consider it any further. However, the city council ultimately has the discretion in how it proceeds. I would caution the city council that if they do decide to have a public hearing to specifically identify the criteria or the grounds for which they will consider a public hearing based on the prior written record.
Counselor Lidke.
Just another question, because I'm now questioning my memory, but I believe that that was not brought to us as far as the 14-day. That decision was made at City Hall to not consider for appeal.
I am not entirely sure as far as the exact, but my understanding is an appeal was received and that the city did consider that application as far as whether or not to accept or reject that. But part of the procedural violation was that the applicant had filed past the time of consideration for, but I can look it up too.
And I'm trying to make this very clear, and where we have, I think, precedents before, I want to make sure that these folks get their fair shake at our consideration, because in my mind, a 14-day time period is not subjective, whereas the wording in an appeal, as opposed to things like the comprehensive plan, harmonious in the neighborhood, things of that nature, are subjective in how it's presented on paper especially, and with a lay person trying to navigate a code that's not very clear. I'm having difficulty with this entirely.
Well, and that part is based on the Idaho code itself that requires the city to adopt clear and definitive procedures for these particular applications. So a specific process has to be identified as a part of our decision-making for this. So that's why the city is required to have a clear procedure and a specific procedure for these applications, is because it's a requirement of the Land Use Planning Act under Idaho code.
One more clarifying question, and then I'm going to make a motion unless somebody else has information. Did the city of Lewiston draft the template that appeals are written on, or are they submitted solely on whoever the appellant is? I know the application process for a CUP is drafted by the city of Lewiston. Is the appeal a template by the city of Lewiston?
Do you mean this document?
Yes.
Yes, this is drafted by the city of Lewiston with the relevant criteria that must be provided. However, as you can see, that any applicant can attach additional materials that they see fit to be included as a part of it. And the city has traditionally accepted additional materials as a part of the appeal itself. It has done so in the last couple of appeals it has received. I reviewed in part of drafting and coming to my decision concerning the contents of this application and whether or not it complied with city code. I specifically looked at what those particular appeal applications look like as well, and how their requests for appeal were drafted, and the information that was contained in those, to see if whether or not they identified specific relevant criteria and standards or city code provisions or anything else they felt like were not applied, so that at the very least we can do what we did with the written request for reconsideration, and see if we can interpret this broadly into fit into one of those provisions. If I could at the very least say, looking at this request, it appears that they're contesting this specific relevant criteria and standard. It's unclear from this which specific relevant criteria and standards that they're attempting to contest. based on this particular application.
Mr. Mayor, for a motion,
Counselor Lidke, motion's in order.
I'm going to move to refuse to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Linda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3, in which case the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision shall be final.
Second.
Can I speak to my motion?
Counselor Lidke,
There's a lot that I would like direct staff to do, which is starting with this section to clean it up, to clean up all language so that people can clearly understand it and probably rewrite all templates. But also remind the public that this process for this whole thing is not over. There's multiple steps.
Mayor,
Counselor Forsman,
just to echo that this isn't the final. There's still other steps that has to be put in place before anything can happen on that piece of land. This process, I think that it could have been more clear for the applicant. And I agree that there's some area that we can improve on to give more clarity to those that are appealing. However, it would be unfair to go against, for the applicant that has requested this, to go against law, as well as create some legal muck that we may not want or don't want. And so I'm not happy with the decision. I preferred that I could have heard the citizens in that surrounding area. But I feel like we're kind of put in a corner where we just have to make a decision, and it's not going to make everybody happy. Of course, again, we will have this come up. This isn't the final. Just as a reminder, keep an eye on that. And I would encourage the applicant to get with the homeowners and maybe try to create understanding and harmony with what your plans are and how you plan to make sure that they're not affected. But I also appreciate that we are trying to find housing for these children. And they are 18, but they also, and imagine, and am I allowed, Jennifer, am I okay to continue? Figured so. Okay. Okay, I'll wrap up. So I did read over the applicant's extensive detail of how they plan to mitigate any nuisances, how they plan to deal with those that are not being, I don't know if you want to say compliant. They have some other stuff in there. A lot of the things that were brought up in this appeal are in the plan laid out that the applicant has placed. So I would encourage the applicant to talk to the homeowners and go over that and how they plan to make sure that they are harmonious and that we just want to give people a leg up. I will let that be it because I've got to be careful on how much I express.
Okay, council, if there's no more discussion, we're voting on a motion to refuse to accept jurisdiction of the appeal filed by Linda Glines regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision in CUP 24-3, in which case the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision shall be final. Clerk Rock, please.
Council President Kleberg,
Nay.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Lidke,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Hey.
The councilor's motion passes. We will move on to item B. Fire prevention and protection services agreement, Federal Cartridge Company. Considering approval of the fire prevention and protection services agreement between Federal Cartridge Company
What, half the radio?
It's the time. We ought to replace the council.
Okay, thank you. Breitmeyer, please.
Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor, Greg Reitmeyer, Fire Chief, and happy Thanksgiving as we go into this week. Before you this evening is the Fire Protection Agreement for Federal Cartridge Company, known locally more as CCI Spear. The property is both in Snake River Avenue and up on the south side of the airport are outside of the city limits, yet we've had a relationship with the parent company of CCI Spear for, I believe it's 4 cycles now, where we've provided fire protection services for them for a fee. Essentially, they pay their portion of the taxes to the city for fire protection services. And so this is a renewal of that contract. Included in there is a cost of living adjustment that we've agreed upon throughout prior contracts to continue to cover the expenses of the increase in fuel and labor and everything else.
Chief, can I interrupt?
Councilor Lidke.
You made a statement in there that they pay their portion of tax dollars.
Essentially, if they were in the city and paying taxes, there would be a portion of that would cover, the general fund would cover the fire department or fire protection services. They're outside the city limits, but pay the fire service by paying this specific contract.
Thank you.
Sorry. Didn't mean to muddy the waters.
Follow up.
Councilor Lidke.
Yes.
You're ready for questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We've heard a lot from the public tonight, so my main question is, do we have the staffing capability to take this contract on?
Yes, ma'am. This is a contract we've been servicing, like I said, for more than a past decade. There's no additional training requirements or staffing or equipment that we would have to purchase. This is merely providing a service to properties that are, in some cases, inside the city limits as far as an island or immediately adjacent to the city limits.
We currently have enough firemen to not put people into overtime, things of that nature that we could have concerns about as far as budgetary and our men and women's health.
Our minimum staffing at this point in time covers the needs for responding to these 2 facilities. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Council President Kleberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, because they're outside of the city limits, it seemed to recall when we started these contracts that it was, the going rate was like 1.5% of what, kind of like providing water outside the city limits, things like that, or is that not correct?
I unfortunately don't have the history on that. And what we have now is a stack of set agreements with set built-in contractual increases in those agreements. So I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to speak on how we set that.
That's fine.
Councilors, other questions for the chief?
Or motion?
Councilor Lidke.
I'd move to approve the fire prevention and protection services agreement between the city of Lewiston and Federal Cartridge Company doing business as CCI Spear, and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement.
Second.
Councilor Boisman, thank you. Been moved by Counselor Lickey, seconded by Counselor Forsman to approve the Fire Prevention and Protection Services Agreement between the City of Lewiston and Federal Cartridge Company doing business as CCI Spear and authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement. Is there further discussion? Clerk Rocky?
President Kleberg,
Aye.
Counselor Schroeder,
Aye.
Counselor Forsman.
Aye.
Counselor Lidke,
Aye.
Counselor Klein,
Nay.
Counselor Spiegelmeier.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Chief. And I did ask the chief about training opportunities, because that was one concern that I had, that is, men and women were up to speed on that. Sounds like a dangerous environment, but he assured me that they get the proper training and they're prepared to handle that event should it ever happen. So thank you, Chief. Council, next up, we have item C, 88 Transitional Plan Annual Report, concerning approval of the 2023 Lewiston, Idaho 88 Transition Plan Annual Report. This is an action item, and we have with us here tonight our Public Works Director, Dustin Johnson. Welcome, Director.
Good evening, Mayor. Dustin Johnson, Public Works Director. Tonight in front of you is the ADA Transition Annual Report for 2023. It's a brief 175 pages. I'll go through as quickly as I can tonight for you here, starting up. Just kidding. This is an annual requirement. So the city of Lewiston adopted an ADA transition plan in 2020. Part of the compliance with that is to provide an annual update as to the efforts and the progress the city has made in our ADA compliance. The reason I'm giving it to you tonight, or providing you just a quick overview, is a lot of this stuff is in the public right of way, which includes ADA ramps, sidewalks. Some of these are paid for through the city. Some are paid for by private development. The ADA transition plan gave an overview of some, what we'll call preferred corridors. So Main Street, 21st, Thane, Bryden, areas of focus for the city to work on. In recent years, particularly in 23, rolling forward into 24, we did receive some feedback from the Disability Advisory Committee that they would like to see the city put more emphasis, not just in public works, but all other aspects, everything from the library to our parks and recreation, our website, things like that, to pull more information out there, because ADA compliance is in everywhere a part of our lives. So I'm not going to go into any detail of the report. It was available in the packet. It's available on our website. This is the 2023. So even the efforts that I was thinking about updating you tonight, like the 21st Street ped ramps, those were in 24. So we're a little bit behind the ball. So hopefully I'll see you in just a couple months with the 24 update. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Council?
Mayor,
Counselor Lidke?
I assume our Disability Advisory Committee gave great input and has completely signed off on this, all members including.
Yes, they have provided lots of input and have signed off on it. And that's typically one thing that we missed previous reports, was that we need the acceptance from the board, not just their review. So it takes 2 months to get, one introduction and then one acceptance. But yes, they have accepted it.
Thank you. Mayor, for a motion,
Counselor?
I'd move to approve the 2023 Lewiston, Idaho ADA Transition Plan Annual Report.
Second.
Been moved by Counselor Lickey, second by Counselor Forsman, to approve the 2023 Lewiston, Idaho 88 Transition Plan Annual Report. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Director. Item D, Resolution 2024-42, considering accepting a public water utility and access easement from LOFD LLC to the City of Lewiston. This is an action item. Director.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Dustin Johnson, Public Works Director. In front of you, hopefully, is the easiest thing in front of you tonight. Typically for utilities, we take care of all this stuff during subdivision, but this is the Northwest Four Slide property that's basically right behind you on the hill there on the other side of the river. Their development was done after the subdivision was done, and they needed to put a water main in. And so as part of that closeout for that project, we just need the city to accept the easement so we can maintain that water main.
Mayor, for a motion,
Council President Kleberg.
Oh, well, I was gonna make a motion, but Council, I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2024-42.
Second.
It's been moved by Council President Kleberg, second by Councilor Lidkey to approve resolution 2024-42. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, Clerk Brocky.
Council President Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman. Aye. Councilor Lidkey,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Clerk Brocky. Councilors, next up, we have item F, RFQ-24-023 WWTP Master Plan Update WW064 Contract Award. Considering awarding the wastewater system Master Plan Update Professional Services Agreement to Keller Associates Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $462,700 and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement.
Skip one.
Skip D.
Could I jump over one? My gosh, I want to get out of here. It's obvious, isn't it? So I will recant everything I just said and go up to item E. See, if I cross them off, I just figured, done. Item E. My apologies. Resolution 2024-43, considering approving the July 2024 Thane Road Corridor and Access Study drafted by Kittleson Associates Incorporated. This is an action item. Director Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. This is Dustin Johnson, Public Works Director, one more time. So before you tonight is the Thane Corridor Access Study. I'll give you a little bit history and context of what this report is, and hopefully give you a little context of what it isn't. So the history going back, so the city is part of the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the LC Valley. So that is by state, by county. And it's a federally funded organization. The city is by far the largest part of that organization. And so we do transportation planning within the valley. And it is a great resource for the city to use to do multiple studies on how to approach all kinds of things and program federal dollars when they come here. So probably about 2 years ago, the city put in the request to do an analysis of Thane Road. I think most people, users of Thane Road, say that it could probably be better. And I think a lot of times when I'm here before you, we talk about the principal or the arterial reconstruction program that the city's kind of undertaking. So Thane, Bryden Canyon, Snake River, Main Street, 21st Street are all roads that I think the city needs to focus on and improve. So is going back to 2023, summer of 2023, the Kittleson was contracted by the MPO and started doing some analysis on the Thane corridor study. Unfortunately, I uploaded some information today and it didn't make it here because I'm a little under the weather and forgot to send it. So I'm just going live off their website. So essentially Thane, get my notes here. The study was done, let me just get to my notes here, sorry. Study was done basically from Stewart to Powers. The window was started basically September of 2023 at the Nez Perce County Fair, returned back in March for the lawn and garden, and then it was adopted or closed out early spring, was finally adopted in July of this year. So transitioned throughout the entire year, reached out, I think there was 120 property owners along Thane between those two, between Stewart and Powers that were contacted. There was roughly 325 people contacted at the fair, another 115 at the Home and Garden Show, another 200 or 300 people contacted or solicited comments online. So I believe that, you know, the consultant did their diligence to try and get the word out of what the efforts were. And typically on these projects, the opening salvo is to go out and say, here's the boundary, here's the project, or here's the boundary, what do you define as the project? Where are the trouble spots? And so get the feedback from the public, get the feedback from the users, and take that information and then truth it with what are you seeing in the traffic data, accident data, the analysis, and what are the geometrics, or I guess the road geometry, what is that telling you what you can do and what you can't do? I'm not going to go through all of the all of the criteria that they set out, but here's the highlight of, you know, the different months and the processes and what they were trying to accomplish. This is generally the highlight of, I'll be honest, when this started, I was really pushing for a 3-lane section to get through here because a 4-lane section is not great, because the accident data shows if you're taking a left turn, you're in that left lane. People are also trying to pass people turning right to get in there. And so whether accident data or speaking with the users, a 4-lane section is just not optimum. Unfortunately, with the traffic volumes of 19,000, and that number is going to continue to go up, we can't, we sacrifice functionality with getting those people into that center turn lane. So the engineers told us we cannot utilize a 3-lane section. But there's other alternatives in there that we could look at to make the street functional and safer. It did say in the report that it's the blessing and the curse of Thane. It is a thoroughfare. There's many users of that facility that probably never stop there on a daily basis. They're coming from their home in the orchards to their work down here somewhere, whether it's Pullman or it's downtown or it's somewhere on 21st. But many of the users do not stop there. And so you're trying to please two different users at that facility, where you want people who want to access the businesses and the people who are actually trying to earn a living on Thane so they can safely get in and out to their property or to their businesses or do their business at the businesses, or the users who just want to get home safely. So that is a difficult problem. I mean, it's no surprise. Left turns are kind of the difficult issue that you're trying to deal with. And so if you restrict left turns, traffic flows much better. But I think there was some public comment tonight that said you restrict that left turn off of Warner, you encumber businesses. And so one thing that I do want to share with that was very clear in this study was a lot of feedback. And the number one feedback was 10th and Warner and Thane, but whatever you want to call it, Malfunction Junction is the number one priority, or at least the feedback that we got from the public. I think my favorite quote was "Good luck," because we've been looking at that for a couple years now. You know, there was the Wells Fargo. We had the opportunity to put in a roundabout. A roundabout does not solve that. Just it's too Thane and Warner. That is Warner right there. They're too close. We don't have the space for the traffic to move. You can't take Thane and dip it in into that Warner area, because the traffic trying to get out of Thane, that doesn't function well. So I think one good result that will come out of this study is we've heard the public loud and clear that 10th and Warner and Thane are all, that is should be a higher priority than what we have right now in the capital improvement plan. So I'm not going to skim through this too much more, but you can see here's the summaries, improvement summaries. I guess I'm going to go on a higher level and tell you about the process. The process is we start with the planning level. And so it's great that the MPO took this on. They have already adopted it. We have two members, Councilor Kleberg, Councilor Schroeder was on the MPO policy board, they've already seen this multiple times and have accepted it. And so now we have this study. The MPO is not intended to do design or construction. We will move forward, and now we're currently accepting feedback or projects for our transportation capital improvement plan. So every February, I'll be back here in a couple months in front of this board, and that's where we start ranking projects. And so in the past, we've seen Thane, we've seen Warner, we've seen some of these projects on here, but this gives us a little bit more depth into what those problems are and maybe some of what the solutions are. I'm not saying all of these solutions are going to be what we're going to pursue, but I think there's some good ideas in here, and I think they're worth pursuing. This is not binding. This is not something that we're going to say, this is where we're going to go. This is set. We're going to take this as a planning document, look at it, move forward and put it into our planning documents. And then as we get through the budget process, we're going to start saying, okay, we're really hearing more people on this Warner situation. Let's put some more money into this and do a design and see if we can come up with a solution that's affordable. Because that's essentially what we're trying to do with this, is trying to pick the low-hanging fruit first and work our way through there. So we'll go through planning, design, construction. So this is just really one of the first stages of developing real projects. But I will say, you know, the accident data, the functionality of what we're seeing up there, and just generally the growth and where traffic is going, I think this is starting to become more of a priority than what the city has been used to in the past. So I think that's as far as I'm going to go, but I stand for questions.
Councilors?
Mayor?
Councilor Forsman?
So I heard you on the, it's not binding, we're not having to go with these, it's just planning. Is the main focus that center divider, because it almost seems like there was a lot of against it, so is it worth still even putting that on the board when it's not really something that those in that area want to see?
Who are you referencing?
Well, like businesses around the area that are concerned about customers getting to their facilities and public overall, based on the comments that they weren't very into the center divider.
I will say we did talk to some businesses that were supportive of that, because they see if you've got a I'm not picking on gas stations, but if you've got a gas station that has a lot of in and out traffic, and you've got a tax place right there, and you have customers, we did hear at least twice where customers feel like their drive accesses are too wide open, and when you're trying to take a left and there's multiple people trying to you literally cross paths in the wrong lane trying to get from one business to the other. So controlling drive accesses helps provide a more safe access to those. Raised center medians will help in a lot of places. I'm not saying that's perfect for the solution that we need. I'm just that left turns are what's causing a lot of these accidents up there. And so to weigh the option of making that street safer to convey flow through there versus keeping things wide open and giving people wide access to wherever they want up there, we got to find that sweet spot in the middle. And there's some easy ones in here. And some of those are easy raised medians in some areas that could just generally, the geometry of Thane going diagonal through here creates so many intersections where you have bad visibility, crinking your neck. And in the winter, and it's not, I've got a daughter that takes dance up there, and every time I go up there, I can't, it does not feel, that there's some easy solutions, and I guess we could do better trying to find them.
Council President Claybrook?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up with Councilor Foreman, I've been on the MPO for quite a few years, and this is one of those classic projects. It is a planning document, and a lot of it really centers around modification of driving behavior, if you think about it. The way it is up there, just had a little slide up there, there's 256 accidents. That's not one a day, but there's quite a few accidents up there on Thane. And if you can modify the driving behavior to maybe move somebody off of one intersection to another intersection where they can still get to where they want to go without a lengthy delay, I mean, to me, that's the goal. And that's, we've got the same problem on Bryden. And of course, it's going to be years before we get to address that. But I think this is a good document. And I supported the expenditure, with the MPO, with Kittleson. They did a good job. I think they did a real good job. I worked up at the fair with them one year with Shannon Grow, and I thought their booth was well attended. A lot of people came by. They were more than willing to ask questions, and the Kittleson people, they had no problem answering questions or saying they'd get back to them. Jamie, I understand your concerns at that intersection, but that intersection is, it's a flipping mess. at certain times of day up there. There's just no way around it. Having the free flowing traffic coming off of 10th onto, Warner or onto Gun Club, actually, I think helped out in the beginning, but as traffic counts keep going up, we're gonna need a solution to that. So I support this document, and I hope see the rest of the council as well.
Counselor Schroeder,
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion
motion's in order.
to approve Resolution 2024-43.
Second.
Been moved by Counselor Schroeder, second by Council President Kleber to approve Resolution 2024-43. Is there further discussion?
Mayor?
Counselor Forsman?
So the getting feedback isn't stop here. With us approving this, we're still gonna change plans, get feedback, go what's best, or try to do what's best for those that are gonna be driving it every day, and what's the best safe solution.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I love feedback. That's how we know which direction we're going in providing services, for the city of Lewiston. So, no, I mean, literally right now, we are open for capital improvement plans for the transportation plan. So waiting where our importance is for actual projects for construction. So yes, that's what we thrive off of.
So we're not doing it, we're just planning different options. So just want to make sure that's clear that we're not moving forward with center dividers, but we're planning and going over what's best and analyzing and getting the data. So continue to give your feedback or input or ideas going throughout this process so that we can make sure that everybody's involved as much as possible.
Counselor Lidkey?
Quickly, I hope. 2 questions. One, if we move the capital improvement plan order to where 10th and 10th and Thane and Warner, the mess, to number 1 or number 2, where it becomes a focus before the Thane corridor, because as Council President Kleberg has mentioned more than once, it's been a project in the making for quite some time. Would that drive most likely changes to the Thane Road corridor plan as we move forward? Because it's technically not Thane Road, but would need to be very much a part of the completion of that project.
You're talking about this corridor study?
It could change the plan direction if we went with 10th and Warner as a number 1, number 2, and drove that project before this ever took place.
Yeah. I mean, the intent of this was to try and give you achievable goals, but the biggest one that was identified was something that is more challenging than the others. So just putting weight into that one doesn't change it necessarily.
Quick follow-up. Do we vote on the CIP plan soon? I know it's open for public comment,
It's
but
open. Yeah, it's open
is
for
it on
public
our
comment.
agenda already?
It will be after you leave. It'll be in February. I don't want to.
How did you know that that's what I was alluding to?
The public hearing is always scheduled in February.
Thank you.
Counselor Klein?
So the only thing that I found valuable in this study was the traffic light at Preston, considering that's where all these accidents occurred. I can't get behind the medians blocking businesses from already struggling businesses from getting customers. That T median thing, not letting people take a left down Gun Club to avoid all the traffic. I can't get behind that either. A lot of times people are just trying to get out of town. They don't need to go to the businesses. We have like the dike bypass that we use for diverting, going around downtown, a similar situation. And yes, that road needs to be fixed as well, but keeping people from taking that route is not something I can get behind.
Counselor Spicklemeyer?
Thank you. And I agree with Counselor Klein. I think there's a lot of these in here. I don't think they're business friendly. I just really hope if it does pass that we're able to vet through them, maybe get some more citizen comment, before some of these projects go into effect. Sometimes these studies, it says it's just merely to accept the findings of the study, and then 6 months later it shows up on a projects list. That's kind of how we work. But I just hope we're able to vet through them before they show up on any lists.
Thank you, Counselor. If I don't see any more questions,
Oh, sorry.
Counselor Forsman?
Sorry. If I understand this, we will be able to vet through and not go with the things that, if we don't want the mediums, we don't have to go with it with this plan.
You set our budget, so if you don't want the medians, you don't fund them.
Is it more acceptable if we chose, I shouldn't say like more acceptable, but I also don't like really the mediums at this point. I'm not seeing the value yet. But I'm wondering, going kind of back to the drawing board and coming up with different designs would paint better for the public as well as the council that are against the mediums.
One of the things that this study did was to start, and I don't know if it was reflected in the report, but looking at a lot of this traffic needs to get out of here. And they will say this, I'm not saying we don't want you here, but like you're going way out to 23rd and Powers. You're just using this as a transitional area to get out of here. Thane and get to Powers, this is not set up for that. And so 100 years from now, I'm hoping me and the future me resolves this issue. There's going to be some tough decisions as to how we're going to move traffic through everything up 21st Street, Thane, and Bryden. What the study was trying to do was to say, let's get you a transition from when you're looking to expand a 5-lane section and punching a new road that I'm not even aware of. I mean, we need to be able to move traffic in the future. That's not what this study is for. This is saying you have a history of accidents, you have a large growing community out on the east end of this area, and here are some minor changes, and some of them aren't minor. Restricting left turns, taking out some of these geometrically wonky intersections so you can't turn left out of airway. It buys you time as you start trying to figure out the best way to get people to the businesses and the people safely through the corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. Clerk Rocky?
Council President Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Nay.
Councilor Lidkey,
Nay.
Councilor Klein,
Nay.
Councilor Spicklemeyer.
Nay.
What was the count on that, please, Clerk Rocky?
It was 4 nays and 2 ayes.
Motion fails. We'll move on to item F, RFQ-24-023. Excuse me. Wastewater Treatment Plant Master Plan Update, WW064 Contract Award. Concerning awarding the wastewater system master plan update professional services agreement to Keller Associates Incorporated in amount not to exceed $462,700 and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement. This is an action item. Once again, Director Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Dustin Johnson, Public Works Director. So in the spirit of planning, this is the wastewater master plan. So generally, all of our infrastructure, whether it's streets, water, sewer, stormwater, we all function off of a master plan. The master plan, in this particular instance, wastewater and water is required by the Department of Environmental Quality through the state of Idaho. So we have to check a bunch of boxes to say that we are considering, the state of the system, the weaknesses of the system, how we're going to address those weaknesses, how we're going to budget that, capital improvements, all of those issues. And so not going to go into too much detail other than to say, we service the tribe, Central Orchard Sewer District, Lewiston Orchard Sewer District, CCI that we just talked about earlier, we provide service for their wastewater. So it is a thriving wastewater system and treatment plant. The current master plan that we are operating under right now was heavily focused on the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant, which have now since been completed. So we are moving forward into the next phase, which would be the collection pipes. So evaluating the state of those, any other deficiencies within the system. So I will say, like everything else in our world, they are not as cheap as we once thought they were. We had budgeted $300,000 for this study, and it looks like it came in at $462,000. We have money in wastewater capital reserves to pay for that, but we will be needing to do a budget amendment down the road. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Spickelmeyer?
Thank you, Mayor. So Director, reading this budget impact statement here, I'm not quite following here. It says as you said, the 462,000, we budgeted 300. But it says you're wanting to amend the budget to 412. What's the additional 149,000 for?
Yeah, that wasn't written well, was it? I was reading that prep for this meeting. So there was the component of the study that we needed to do, and then there were some additional items that we wanted to have done, evaluating our control systems and a few other things that were added in there. So that was that extra 148 that is going to be part of that master plan, but is not necessarily part of the requirement for the DEQ to do.
So follow up. So is that 149 going to Keller, whoever it was?
Yeah.
It's the same associates?
Yeah. It's the same. Yeah, it is the same contract.
All right.
Motion.
Councilor Lidkey?
I'd move to award RFQ 24-023 to Keller Associates Inc. in an amount not to exceed $462,700 and authorizing the mayor to execute professional services agreement between Keller Associates Inc. and the city of Lewiston.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Lidkey, second by Councilor Spickelmeyer to award RFQ-24-023 to Keller Associates, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $462,700 and authorizing the mayor to execute the professional services agreement between Keller Associates, Inc. and the city of Lewiston. Clerk Brockie?
Council President Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spickelmeyer,
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, council. Thank you, Clerk Brockie. Next up, item G, ordinances. Thank you, Director. Number 1, second and third readings. A, ordinance 4929, considering implementing the city council's decision in ANX 24-2 to annex land into the Lewiston city limits. This is an action item. Thank you, Emily, and everyone for being here tonight. Thank you. Action item.
Mayor,
Councilor Spickelmeyer?
motion to combine second and third readings and waive the third reading in full of the ordinance number 4929.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Spickelmeyer, seconded by Council President Kleberg, to combine the second and third readings and waive the third reading in full of ordinance number 4929. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Spickelmeyer?
Motion to approve the second and third readings of ordinance number 4929.
Councilor Kleberg?
Second.
It's been moved to approve second and third readings of ordinance number 29 by Councilor Spickelmeyer, seconded by Council President Kleberg. Is there any discussion or amendments?
Question
Councilor Lidkey?
quickly. I'm just, I was not, here, I believe I had missed the meeting for this, and so I was just wondering if quickly somebody could respond to, this is annexing more property, which I'm assuming from what is here, going to be residential, which would be, more pressure on all of our city systems and services, including police and fire. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that we are able to take that on with current staffing and budgetary need.
Mr. Plaskon?
This packet was 506 pages, so I was not able to go back into past meeting notes. I apologize for not doing my due diligence. Thank you for answering my question.
Mayor and Council, Joel Plaskon, Lewiston City Planner. This is about, I can't remember the exact acreage, but it's a rather small piece of property. It's a county island. It's surrounded by city limits. I can't speak to the individual service abilities of the city, but we did not receive any testimony or comments from any political subdivisions or any city departments about the annexation adversely impacting their ability to provide services.
It's 4.99, so I'm assuming that could be up to 10 residences or more, depending on a development.
So it's going to be rezoned. One of your next agenda items is an ordinance to rezone the property associated with the annexation. That'll come after the resolution changing comprehensive plan land use designation, and it's going to commercial.
Commercial?
Correct.
Okay. I'll wait till the next. Thank you.
Further discussion, council? If not, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Clerk Brocky?
Approving the second and third readings of ordinance 4929, an ordinance of the city of Lewiston implementing the city council's decision in Annex 24-2 to annex land into the Lewiston city limits and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Clerk Brocky. Item G2, adoption approval of ordinance summaries. Item A, ordinance 4929. This is an action item. Council President Kleberg?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance 4929 and approve the related ordinance summary.
Second.
It's been moved by Council President Kleberg, seconded by Councilor Forsman to adopt ordinance number 4929 and approve the related ordinance summary. Would you like to speak to your motion, Council President Kleberg?
I'm good.
And Clerk Rocky?
Council President Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Aye. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Clerk Rocky. Next up is item H, Resolution 2024-40, considering implementing the City Council's decision in CPA 24-3, amending the future land use maps in Chapter 4 of Lewiston's Comprehensive Land Use Plan. This is an action item. We have our city planner, Mr. Joel Plaskon, with us. If you've got questions, else I would entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Councilor Spiegelmeier?
motion to approve resolution 2024-40.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Spiegelmeier, seconded by Council President Kleber to approve Resolution 2024-40. Clerk Brocky?
Councilor Kleberg,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Council. Next, we have item I, ordinances, number 1, 2nd, and 3rd readings. A, ordinance 4930,
Mayor,
considering implementing the City Council's decision in CNC 24-3, declaring that certain newly annexed real property be included in the City of Lewiston Community Commercial C3 zone and amending the official zoning map of the City of Lewiston. This is an action item. Councilor Forsman.
Motion to combine the second and third reading and waive the third reading in full of ordinance number 4930.
Second.
the
Been
wrong
moved by
one.
Counselor Forrestman, second by Counselor Litkey to combine the second and third readings and waive the third reading in full of ordinance number 4930. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Counselor Forrestman.
Motion to approve the second and third reading of ordinance number 4930.
Second.
Been moved by Counselor Forrestman, second by Counselor Litkey to approve the second and third readings of ordinance number 4930. Is there discussion or amendments? If not, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Clerk Brockey.
Approving the second and third readings of ordinance 4930, an ordinance of the city of Lewiston implementing the city council's decision in ZNC 24-3, declaring that certain newly annexed real property be included in the city of Lewiston Community Commercial C3 zone, amending the official zoning map of the city of Lewiston and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Councilors, next up, item B, ordinance 4931, considering amending section 39-1 of the Lewiston City Code to update the city of Lewiston area of city impact boundary map.
Mayor,
Councilor Spiegelmeier.
motion to adopt ordinance number 4930 and 4931 and approve the related ordinance summaries.
Councilor, let me clarify the motion. Is that to combine the second and third readings and waive the third reading in full of ordinance number 4931?
Skip one. Oops. That's what I meant to say.
That's what he meant to say, he said.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to say it?
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard you say. Is there a second? Councilor Litkey, thank you.
Yes.
It's been moved by Councilor Spiegelmeier, second by Councilor Litkey to combine the second and third readings and waive the third reading in full of ordinance number 4931. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Motion to approve the second and third readings of ordinance number 4931.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Spiegelmeier, second by Councilor Litkey to approve the second and third readings of ordinance number 4931. Is there discussion or amendments? If not, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Council Clerk Brockey.
Approving the second and third readings of ordinance 4931, an ordinance of the city of Lewiston amending section 39-1 of the Lewiston City Code to update the city of Lewiston area of city impact boundary map and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Clerk Brockey. Councilors, we are under item I, ordinances. Number 2, adoption approval of ordinance summaries. Item A, ordinance 4930. Item B, ordinance 4931.
Mayor,
Councilor
I
Spiegelmeier.
already got this one down. Motion to adopt ordinance number 4930 and 4931 and approve the related ordinance summaries.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Spiegelmeier, second by Councilor Litkey to adopt ordinance numbers 4930 and 4931 and approve the related ordinance summaries. Clerk Brockey.
Council President Kleberg.
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder.
Aye.
Councilor Forsman.
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey.
Aye.
Councilor Klein. Aye. Councilor Spiegelmeier.
Aye.
Clerk Brockey, thank you, councilors. Next, we have item J, reason statements ZNC 24-3, considering approval of the reason statement of relevant criteria and standards for ZNC 24-3. This is an action item.
Mayor,
Councilor Forsman.
motion to approve reason statement for ZNC 24-3.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Forsman, second by Councilor Spiegelmeier to approve the reason statement for ZNC 24-3. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council. Next, we move to Roman numeral 7, items moved from the consent agenda. We had items C and D. Counselor Lidkey, I think yours was vouchers payable.
No, mine wasn't.
Counselor Forsman.
All right. Just have a quick question on what is FY 25 commercial package? And Mary, you might even know what that is. And it's for police, sanitation, water, transportation, sewer, all the, but it's labeled FY 25 commercial package, and there's various amounts, 38,000, 16,000, 16,000, on page 7 of 12.
Counselor, I'm a little bit handicapped tonight, I admit it, because the packet was so thick, I did not print it, 500 some pages, so I'm flying without that manual tonight, so I'm going to have to get back to you. I apologize, I don't know the answer, but I will get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Counselor, Jennifer Tangano?
Oh, she knows what it is? Oh, you have it. Oh,
Counselors, also our finance director, Amy Gordon, was going to be here tonight, and told her I would handle it, so let's see what I can do. Counselor Forsman, one more time.
page 7 of 12. And it's labeled FY 25 commercial package. Insurance?
Where is it labeled that? Oh, here.
Morton and, oh, yeah, in the first column there, Morton and Company, so that's our insurance company. So my guess is that this is probably, what they do is they'll update annually the evaluation of all of our properties in the city, and then I'm just guessing this is probably our portion of the premium for the year. I can double check that, but that's what it looks like to me.
Okay, thank you. That was the only one I had.
I can double check that, but that's what it looks like to me, based on those numbers too. Another item, Counselor?
Nope, that was just the one. I intended to write earlier, but they got busy.
Well, and that's, I mean, you asked that question, that's a good one too, because we do keep pretty close tabs on that, and we do try to stay competitive if we don't get good rates, so we check on that, or if there's other things we can do to make our rates lower. I know that we are pretty vigilant on that. Counselor Lidkey?
Yeah, my questions are in regards to the application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity for the Lewiston Fire Department. I'm assuming you're up, Chief Reitmeyer.
Chief, please.
Good evening, Greg Reitmeyer, Fire Chief.
First, I just want to say, I've never seen this before. It was kind of interesting and nice for me to see these statistics. But I do want just some clarifying questions to make sure we fully understand what the fire department is facing. And then just as I think we've talked about before, our budgetary processes should be perpetual and all year long. And so I just want to make sure I get some of my questions answered. And reading through this actually stemmed quite a few of them. So the first is, if I'm reading this right, and it looks like it's a computer form, so I just want to make sure I'm seeing the dots in the right area. It looks like the total agency's EMS call volume for the last complete calendar year, which I would assume was 2023, correct, for your application?
The calendar year, we use the fiscal year for that. When we're tracking our response data, we track that with the fiscal year so that it follows the budget.
Okay. Just want to point out, it says calendar.
Does it say calendar?
Yes. So, but within 12 months' time, we had 7,847 EMS calls, and then it says, to follow up, that the EMS calls that required patient transport were 4,452. My question to that is, an EMS call, is that only 911, or is that a call for transport from facility to facility?
It would be any call that requires medical services. So interfacility transports would be included in that, with the yes, all of the interfacility transfers.
Thank you. And then the agency's average response time, I believe the 10 to 15 minute during daylight hours in ideal weather is 10 to 15 minutes. How's that tracked?
Through our, the computer-aided dispatching system that we have at dispatch, and then we get a dump of that information into our records management system. And so then we run reports on that when we look at that.
An ideal weather would mean no
Dry pavement.
inclement weather.
Yep, dry pavement.
Okay, and that can all be calculated by your software? Or you having to do a lot of hand?
What happens is when we have, if we have statistical outliers, an example would be, we had an interfacility transfer last year to Spokane that took 10 hours because it was during a blizzard. And so we wouldn't include that in our data collection because it falls outside the 90th percentile and it would skew the data. It's not a good planning data tool at that point.
And then it does say the longest response time with the geographic coverage area responding to emergency call in ideal weather during daylight hours was 30 to 45 minutes. And I commend the department because it does follow up with, you only had less than 10 with that response time. And I'm not an expert in the field, but I would assume that less than 10 is good for that longest response time. I do want to figure this out though, and it's one of the questions I think I've asked when we talk about how to preserve our men and women that are serving the city of Lewiston. What is our overall service area? Because the next section references Southwick and Peck, and then many rural areas in Nez Perce County. But I also, and there's not anything referenced except to the south of the confluence of the Salmon and Snake River, but we really don't discuss our coverage into the state of Washington. But can you kind of help me wrap my head around what our service area is and how much of that is outside of the city limits?
Absolutely. So our entire EMS service area would be all of Nez Perce County, all of Asotin County, with the exception of the city limits of Clarkston, and portions of Whitman County, would be Uniontown, Colton, and then down here along the border of the river, up Steptoe Canyon, those areas.
Follow up?
Counselor?
Okay, so with that, we have mutual aid agreements or service contracts to cover those areas outside of our city limits, correct?
Those are all service contracts, pay for play.
Thank you, appreciate that. And that is paid by the entity themselves, not billed through another service, correct?
Those are they are either billed to the county fire district in Washington state, or the county, speaking for the unincorporated areas of their county. So there's areas in Asotin County that do not have fire district protection boundaries. And so the city of Asotin covers those areas. In Nez Perce County, the unincorporated and the cities of Cul-de-sac, Peck, and Lapway are covered by the county's response agreement.
And that we can show through our data and financials to show that we cover all those costs.
That we cover those costs?
Yes.
That's something that we're in the process of undertaking right now. We've had some changes in our bookkeeping where we've gone to an outside accounting firm that looks at our GEMT applications. And so they've been able to help us nail down some harder numbers. We're waiting for those this current year to be submitted right now and get those back and see where we're at. I think that's, to answer that question fairly, I'm hoping to have 2 years of data to really look at that total picture of what does it cost us to do business. In there, we also deal with some of the internal services of the city when we do our budgeting. We know how much we pay IT for services. We know how much we pay fleet management, but it's harder to quantify our city attorney's time. It's harder to quantify our city clerk's time or HR's time. And so we're working on some of the mechanisms so that we can capture that total cost of ownership, if you will, into our what it costs to go on a call. And there's another part to that, what it costs to be ready to go on a call.
Only a couple more. And thank you. I think this is good for us all to hear. The next section that I had raised just a few questions was the 24-hour response staffing plan. And it goes into IDAPA rule, which I won't bore everybody because this is already a marathon meeting, but it's important because we either have to abide by it if we want to provide and be compliant. But this speaks to basically the fire department's ability to provide that 24-hour response for our service area.
Correct.
This application states that the LFD is staffed with a minimum of 16 firefighters daily on a 24-hour shift with a combination of paramedics and EMTs. Our minimum daily staffing has 3 paramedics, one of each of our 3 ALS transport units. The staffing model is augmented by the 32 members that are not working any given day, as well up to 15 part-time members. My question to that is that, are we currently still at 48 full-time firemen?
But right now, we're at 47. We just had a retirement, and we've promoted actually December 9th, before council will have another pinning ceremony for a new captain and a new engineer. And we have an opening in the firefighter position that's working its way through approval to hire.
So it says up to 15 part-time members. I'm assuming, because I read the monthly reports that the departments put out, and I noticed that there were 3. We had 3 reserves. I'm assuming that's our part-time, or is that different?
No, the reserves are the part-time. We currently have 9, and we're bringing on 7 right now. They'll start December 4th.
But in a report, there was 3, and then those 3 failed the test. Is that?
Oh, that was, so that would have been the group that was testing in September.
And so can you just speak to that? Like the 3 that came through, we kept them on as reserves, and then they went to test to basically become full-time, and then we're not able to basically pass that test to allow them to be full-time.
They've all failed the physical ability test.
But we currently have 9. Is that?
We have 9, right now we have 9 that are working, and we have 7 that we've just hired. We're onboarding them right now.
And that's all included in our current budget for LFD?
Correct.
Okay. My last question, just so, it also lists our personnel and injuries, and deaths, which there were 0. Just want to point that out before I ask this. But it says number of provider line of duty injuries in prior calendar year, and it says 4. Can you, and I know we're self-insured, so I'm assuming those 4 are reportable injuries that actually resulted in time off work, or is that a different, is like, that's just a reportable incident? Maybe they returned to work that same day. What does that look like?
Those are 4 time off injuries.
Okay. Do you happen to know what those 4 injuries were, just for the council's knowledge?
We had an injury down at training. A member was attending training down in Boise. We had 2 injuries while preparing food in the station, and 1 injury during physical fitness activities.
So physical fitness is different from training. Is that physical fitness that the
Their daily
men
fitness.
can do during their 24-hour shift?
Correct.
To stay in shape, make sure they can continue to pass that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You happen to, that's it. I appreciate that. That helps me understand kind of where we are. This application kind of shows us what we need to comply with, what we've agreed that we can do and are doing. So this was a cool little picture into what we've got going on at the fire department currently. So thank you for that. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilors, next we'll move to Roman number 8, unfinished new business. Item A is city councilor comments. Comments shall not be related to an item currently before the city council or an item that may come for the city council in the foreseeable future and should be limited to comments, not discussion. Councilor Forsman.
Excuse me, Mayor. Sorry, before you move on, the council hasn't made any motions to approve the vouchers payable or
Oh.
the certificate of compliance.
You're
that
right.
were-
My mistake. Thank you for catching that. So councilors, we do have items C and D that were pulled from the consent agenda. And so I'm going to ask for separate motions on these, and it'll be a roll call vote. So the first one is item C, which is vouchers payable for Councilor Forsman.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve vouchers payable?
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Forsman, second by Councilor Lidkey to approve vouchers payable. Clerk Brocky?
Council President Kleber,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman,
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Sticklemeyer.
Thank you, councilors. Next up is item D. Councilor Lidkey.
I would move to approve the 2025 application for certificate of public convenience and necessity.
Second.
Been moved by Councilor Lidkey, second by Councilor Schroeder to approve the 2025 application for certificate of public convenience and necessity. Clerk Brocky?
Council President Kleber,
Aye.
Councilor Schroeder,
Aye.
Councilor Forsman.
Aye.
Councilor Lidkey,
Aye.
Councilor Klein,
Aye.
Councilor Sticklemeyer.
Aye.
Jennifer for keeping us on the straight and narrow. Councilors, we now move to Roman number 8, unfinished and new business. Item A, city councilor comments. Comments shall not be related to an item currently before the city council or an item that may come before the city council in the foreseeable future and shall be limited to comments, not discussion. Councilor Forsman.
There was a lot of comments tonight, obviously, from our public comment. One public comment with common sense, which I've heard that before. To highlight on that, at least for me, when I'm making these decisions and I'm up here, I'm not just making them without extensive research as much as I can and thought to what this is going to look like in the future and who's it going to affect. I do have kids myself, so I'm looking at how is this going to put us into the future so my kids can also raise their kids here. So to think that we're up here, we're just making decisions willy-nilly is, as you said, that document we had was over 500 pages, and we're reading through that and getting all the information to make the best decision going forward. And we have not raised property taxes since I have been on council, and you can go back and look at the last budget sessions to confirm this. I don't know if the people that were here are listening. Also, with not raising taxes, we were on a tight budget. We may have savings, but with saving, it is not a common practice for any city to use that for ongoing expenses. Those are one-time expenses that you would use, and the more you spend your savings, the less you have, and harder to build. Yeah, we're faced as a council with a lot of decisions, and when we make one, it affects the other. So just wanted to address somewhat of one of those public comments, but there was obviously a lot. So I appreciate our fire department coming up here and expressing their concerns, and I know it's hard for them all to get down here. They're busy people. And I just wanted to express that it's important that we are using public comment and that we're, as a council, listening to those that are coming and expressing their concerns.
Thank you, Councilor. Other council comments? Anybody in? Councilor Lidkey?
I just want to announce that to all 8 people here, I was duly elected as District 1 County Commissioner for Nez Perce County. And I would like to announce that my final meeting as city council will be the final meeting in December of 2024 and will resign thereafter. I probably will have more comment then, but I'm hoping it's not at 9:51 PM.
Good, Counselor. Okay. Keep moving here. Item B, city boards and commissions liaison updates. Are there any board or updates? I'm not going to go through the list today, but I
Mayor,
ask Counselor Klein.
I have an update on the airport board. They wanted to make sure that everyone knew how worthless the city of Lewiston was. And they are getting lights potentially in 2024, 26 on one of their taxiways.
Counselor Lickett, we don't allow laughing at other counselors.
I apologize, but
It's real.
I misheard you.
That's what they said.
Thank you. Next up, item C, mayor comments. So I wrote a couple of things down. First of all, Councilor Klein, it was very thoughtful of you to bring coffee for everyone. I don't know how you knew we were going to be here till late at night, but that worked out well. I drank all mine, so I should be up for another 2-3 hours before I get home. I wanted to thank Emily and the public for coming here tonight to talk about some of the concerns with that intersection. I did not get that email. She said she contacted everybody. I checked my inbox. I don't have it, but I'll look again. I was very appreciative of all the members of the public that came here tonight. John, thank you for staying with us late at night. I'm sure you understand and the others understand that we appreciate what you do for the city very much. So we're going to continue to move forward and try to get some things resolved, but we do appreciate what you do for us. Never take it for granted. So, or anybody that serves us in uniform, we just appreciate you putting your life's on the line for us. So thank you. So I want to thank the IT department. Jenny's hanging back there, so she's getting a baptism into these late night meetings. We can't see her, but she told me she has snacks to keep her occupied back there, so we're happy about that. Lastly, I do want to thank our library director, Lynn, for staying with us. We got to figure some way to that you let us close up so you can go home at a reasonable hour. But thank you for staying with us and letting us occupy this space. That's very important to us. Councilors, next up, item G, agenda topics. If anybody needs some, Councilor Klein?
Mayor, I was wondering if I could is this where I make a motion to see if we can add something? I'd like.
You have to speak up so we can hear you, please.
Okay. I move to direct staff to acquire information on annexation of the 2 CCI Spear locations to include potential tax revenue and any repercussions.
Did you capture that, Tanya? Could you restate it then, please?
Have to correct me. So the motion was to direct staff to provide information on the annexations, to provide the repercussions of.
I can restate my motion.
Please.
I'd like to move to direct staff to acquire information on annexation of the 2 CCI Spear locations to include potential tax revenue and any repercussions.
Councilor Klein, is that a motion to put on like a future work session?
Yes. Add it to the January 6th work session.
Okay. To add it to the January work session. Is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Councilor Forsman has seconded that, so it will be on the January 6th work session. don't discuss it, but we will add it to the agenda. Any other agenda topics? No, it looks like we're ready to go. So with that, we'll move.
Excuse me, Mayor, did you want to take a vote on that? You had a motion and a second.
Well, I guess we'll do that. I could use another cup of coffee, right? All righty. So counselors, you have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. So it will be on the January 6th work session. Thank you, Jennifer, once again for digging us out here. I shouldn't be throwing these guys in there for digging me out. With that, we move to Roman numeral 9.
Motion to adjourn.
Been moved by Counselor Lickey, second by Counselor Forstman to
Aye.
adjourn. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, council, very much for your work tonight.